Excellencies, thank you for joining us. Would invite the honorable ministers present to join us here for a group photograph on stage. We kindly invite honorable ministers present to join us for a photograph. I think he's guiding them. He's guiding them. Yeah. Please. Do we have all our ministers here? All ministers, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. May we kindly take our seats? Bonjour. Nice to meet you. May we kindly take our seats? Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the high-level launch of the 2026 GEM Report. This is the first time in many years that the GEM Report is being launched at home here in Paris. A warm thank you to all ministers who have traveled from far to join us here. To the member states, experts, and participants joining us in person and online, it's a true honor for me to be here to guide you through this day as we unpack the latest GEM report and we introduce its next chapter, the Countdown to 2030 series. Today's event will give a protagonist role to countries, inviting member states to take the floor and share their stories of progress over the past 25 years. So much has been achieved, but yet so much needs to be done. The clock is ticking, and we need to strengthen our efforts to keep our promises and ensure that all children have access to equitable education. I was one of these children growing up in rural Ghana and having to come up through different complexities in terms of getting access to education. Luckily for me, my parents, who were both teachers, and probably that's why I'm very passionate about education, both teachers, also at the same time having to be farmers, even by their dual professional role, could still not, at a point, cater for the full financing of education for all their children. However, falling back on COCO loans and also generous COCO board scholarship from Ghana, I was able to go through education. Education, we say, is a leveler, and that is what has given me the opportunity to be in this room today. Today, I serve as chairperson of the Commonwealth Youth Council, working with partners and member states to make sure that we deliver on youth development priorities. That is why it is essential for us to be a part of this conversation today, talking about equity and access to education, because that is the only way we can guarantee that young people will transition to become economic pillars of every country. This is my story. And today, I would like everyone here to equally share your story on social media, wherever you find yourself, with the hashtag #YourStory, because your story counts. So hashtag my story, hashtag your story, and then hashtag your story counts. Before we officially start this celebration, allow me to give some housekeeping rules. We have interpretation in 6 UN languages. Today's event is being live streamed on UNESCO and GEM Report channels. We invite you to join online conversation, as I rightly mentioned, by using the hashtag #YourStoryCounts. We are lucky to have 25 ministers accompanying us. We have a busy agenda, and so I kindly ask all to respect the time allocated to your session. Without further ado, it is my honor to introduce you to Mr. Khalid El Nani, Director General of UNESCO, to deliver his opening remarks. His intervention will be followed by a video message from the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed. Director General, the floor is yours.
Bonjour, sabah al-khair.
Good morning.
Ministers, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Madam Assistant Director General for Education, dear Stefania, dear partners and friends, it's a great pleasure to launch the 2026 Global Education Monitoring Report here at UNESCO headquarters. I'm especially honored to welcome more than 25 ministers and deputy ministers of education from around the world. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to elevating education at the highest political level. Education is a fundamental human right and a powerful driver for progress. It transforms lives, reduces poverty, fosters economic growth, improves public health, and equips young people to address today's global challenges, from climate change to social cohesion and peace building. As the United Nations Agency for Education, UNESCO has a clear responsibility to support countries into turning political commitments into concrete action and lasting results. In doing so, we rely on a unique and robust global network. Our 8 Category 1 institutes of education around the world, our UNESCO chairs, our schools, and our wide range of partners from governments and civil society. Over the past decades, education has seen remarkable progress. Since 2000, 327 million more children have entered school, bringing total enrollment to 1.4 billion by 2024, the highest ever. Gender parity has been achieved in primary and secondary education, and women now outnumber men in higher education. Yet, major gaps remain. This year's Global Education Monitoring Report highlights troubling trends. The number of out-of-school children and youth has risen from 7 consecutive years, reaching 273 million in 2024, 1 in 6 worldwide. Each of them deprived of the chance for a better future. Our motto, UNESCO for the People, reminds us that this is not just about statistics or frameworks. It's about lived experiences, lives transformed through education. At the heart of this report, and which UNESCO supports every day. UNESCO is also acting in crisis contexts. In Ukraine and Gaza, we provide psychosocial support to children and young people affected by war. In Lebanon and Gaza, we support distance learning and ensure educational continuity. In Haiti, we strengthen community across school so that education remains a source of stability and hope. And for the 2.2 million Afghan girls and young women denied the right to education, UNESCO is scaling up support with funding from the European Union. We also act where needs are greatest, particularly in my continent, Africa, and in small island developing states. With support from the Global Partnership for Education, we are investing $235 million in large-scale programs across 30 countries. In Chad, we support 100,000 out-of-school youth through second chance education. In Côte d'Ivoire, we are helping advance major structural reforms, from expanding pre-primary education to improving curricula and teacher training. Across 23 small islands in the Caribbean and the Pacific, UNESCO has supported the integration of climate risks into education planning, infrastructure, and curricula. Finally, we are committed to advancing gender equality in and through education, especially where disparities persist, including in STEM fields. This spring, coming May, UNESCO will inaugurate in Shanghai a new Category 1 institute dedicated to STEM education. I'm pleased that the Minister of Education of the People's Republic of China is with us today. This institute will strengthen STEM teaching globally with a particular focus on increasing girls' participation, who still represent only 1/3 of STEM graduates. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are fully aware of the challenges ahead, but we also know that with collective determination and the necessary resources, we have what it takes to succeed for the benefit of all. This is the end of my speech, but this might be the last event with our very dear friend Stefania Giannini, who served UNESCO for ADG on behalf of the hundreds of millions of children for whom you dedicated your life, and you dedicated 8 years of day and night working. Thank you for what you have done to the children, to the education, to the teachers. You managed education in very, very complex times, in the war in Ukraine, in COVID, in the Middle East conflict. So thank you, Stefania. I wish you all the best in the coming endeavor. You will stay in our heart, and UNESCO will stay your place. Thank you, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Director General. Thank you very much, ADG. I would like now to introduce our keynote speaker, Mazi Hamidi, an Afghan and Iranian Olympic athlete and human rights activist. She's going to share with us how she defied the odds from the Taliban regime to the Olympic Games. A warm round of applause for Mazi, as you have done already.
Excellencies, ministers, and guests. I stand here not just as an athlete who has competed at the World Taekwondo Championship, but as someone whose life was shaped and transformed by education. I was born in Iran to Afghanistani refugee parents. As a refugee, access to education was limited. Enrolling in schools was difficult, opportunities were uneven, and resources were scarce. I know what it feels like to push for every chance to learn, to work hard for every step forward. Later, my family returned to Afghanistan, where I experienced life under conflict and the self-restriction that followed the Taliban's return to power. For me, education was not a guarantee, it was a battle I had to fight for daily. Education gave me hope. It gave me confidence. It gave me something that no barrier could take away, the ability to imagine a future larger than the one decided for me by my situation. And that belief showed me that I could train, compete, and step onto international stages. But today, the future of millions of Afghanistani girls is being stolen from them. Since 2021, the Taliban regime has systematically barred girls from secondary and higher education, making Afghanistan the only country in the world where girls are not allowed to continue school beyond the age of 12. As many as 2.2 million Afghanistani girls remain excluded from formal schooling because of this ban, and nearly 1.4 million girls have been deliberately denied access to education since the Taliban took power. This is not a small setback. It is a deliberate erasure half of a generation's rights to learn, to think, and to become leaders, teachers, doctors, and inventors. So today, I ask you a question that we cannot ignore. What kind of education are we allowing? Is it an education that expands minds, that teach science, history, critical thinking, and creativity? Or it is an education that narrows thoughts, limits opportunity, and reinforces obedience without questioning? Today in Afghanistan, where normal schooling has been taken away, many young boys and girls are pushed into radical religious school madrasas, where the lessons are narrow and strict, focusing less on science and critical thinking and more on ideology. This is not education, this is forced belief. It is not building a future, it is limiting one. We should not pretend that these madrasa classrooms are an acceptable replacement for real education. We must not allow education to be redefined as more obedience. True education sets minds free. It cultivates curiosity, empowers voices, and opens doors, not closes them. Afghanistani girls do not want sympathy, they want freedom. They want access to quality learning in safe schools, online platforms, university, and programs where they can explore mathematics, science, and technology. They want a scholarship. They want mobile applications that bring knowledge into their hands. They want programs that connect them to teachers and classmates around the world. They want choice, and they want the world to stand with them now. There are already programs that show what is possible. Secret schools, secret classes, mobile learning platforms, and international online curricula are driving in exile and underground, proving that when girls are determined to learn, they find ways, even the doors are closed. But these workarounds cannot be the entire answer. The world must support solutions that ensure Afghanistani girls have access to real, free, critical education, not just survival lessons. We must find scholarships, invest in technology that teaches every corner of Afghanistan, and commit to open opportunities for those denied classrooms. A strong leadership will not wait until the world agrees. strong leadership acts today. You, the ministers and representatives here, hold the power and back programs that keep education alive for those whose schools are shut. You can help ensure that learning does not end at a political border, a closed gate, or an extreme decree. My life was changed by education. That transformation was not accidental. It was the result of hard work, support, access, and belief in human potential. Every Afghanistani girl deserves the same. Not someday, not when the political shifts, now. We stand at the moment that is more than symbolic. It is decisive. If we truly believe that education is fundamental human right, then we must ensure that no regime, no ideology, and no barrier can strip the right from an entire gender. Afghani girls are ready to learn. Let us make sure that the world is ready to teach. Thank you.
Excellencies, Assistant Director General Stefania Giannini, ladies and gentlemen, some years ago I had the privilege of contributing to an earlier incarnation of the report you're launching today. At that time, we were closing out the Millennium Development Goals era and the Education for All agenda, taking stock of what we had achieved and starting to build the case for what would become SDG 4. So I truly welcome today's Countdown to 2030 report, and I congratulate my sister Stefania, Manos, and the entire GEM report team for bringing it to fruition. This vital snapshot of access and equity will inform the last stretch towards 2030, making education the great equalizer and giving hope to over 270 million children and young people who are still out of school. Since 2000, an additional 330 million children are in school. Governments have invested in disadvantaged regions and kept schools open through a global pandemic. School meals programs are now almost universal. 6 years ago, nearly half of all countries had laws that required children with disabilities to be educated separately away from their peers. Today, that figure is down to 9%. We can build on these achievements as we approach the next phase of the work. But we must acknowledge that success requires something different from us. Expanding access is not enough on its own. If you're not explicitly focused on equity, you stop making progress. The children still out of school tend to be the poorest and mostly rural. In many parts of the world, they are overwhelmingly girls. Often, they are living through conflict and displacement with no clear path back to learning. 1 in 3 young people will not complete secondary education. Unless we speed up progress, full completion will not be achieved until the next century. Real progress has been made in building mechanisms that transfer resources to the students and families who need them most. Yet, only 1 in 5 countries have equitable finance mechanisms that reach people at a meaningful scale. Children are falling into the gap between the structures that exist and the political commitment to fund them. With UNESCO's leadership, the United Nations is working closely with the partners to prepare the Transforming Education Summit stocktaking event later this year. It will be a chance to look at what was committed to in 2022 and what has been delivered and what else needs to be done in this last mile. The world has shifted considerably since then. Artificial intelligence is changing what education needs to prepare young people for. Climate disruption is physically keeping children out of classrooms. Development assistance is being cut at precisely the moment it needs to grow. This report lays out crucial lessons for strengthening access and equity. It allows countries to learn from each other and to stay focused on the rights and the needs of the most vulnerable when the pressure is to look away. To the ministers and partners that are gathered here today, use these findings to inform your policy decisions and advocacy as we continue the journey with urgency. Every year we fall short for the children depending on us is a year that they will not recover from. Let us work together so that every child can learn, can thrive, and can fulfill their potential. Thank you.
profound messages from our keynote speaker and the Deputy Secretary General for the United Nations. The mention of the fact that every year we fail to deliver for young people is a year they cannot recover from. Very profound. And on that note, I would like us now to invite Manos Antoninis, the director of the GEM report, for the official launch of the 2026 GEM report on access and equity.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to all of you for having traveled to Paris from all over the world for the launch of this report, the first in the Countdown to 2030 series. Some of you may have noticed that just across the street in the military school, the Paris Forum on Defense and Strategy is taking place. But your presence in this house, in this room, to discuss education, the famous, most powerful weapon, is the best antidote to the gloom and doom of recent weeks, of recent years, to keep us focused on what matters most. I want to express and add to the Director General my gratitude to Stefania, not just for making everything possible to be here with us today, but on the personal front for all that he has offered to the GEM report in the past 8 years. The confidence in our work, the enthusiasm, and the genuine interest in what we have been producing. It has been a privilege to work with her every day, knowing about her constant support, and I wish to all of you that that happens in your professional lives. I also wish to thank the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, our closest partners, and particularly Silvia Montoya, the director since 2015, without whom it would have been impossible to make the progress I believe we have made in the past few years in informing the international community. And I also wish to thank my team. It is the first time we're all together in the same place for a launch, so it's a very special moment for us. There is something special, though, as well, about the report, the one that we are launching today, because we have taken a different approach to its preparation. For the past 15 years, our focus has been on the theme because it is easier to communicate. Statistics in education, unfortunately, are not that easy to communicate because they don't change very much from a year to year. But as we come closer to yet another global agenda deadline, as in 2000 or in 2015, we realized with our advisory board that we needed to bring the statistics back at the center and look at the big picture. Shifting our perspective from year to year to the longer term shows us that statistics have changed, and actually in rather dramatic ways. You have already heard the core number, about the 273 million out of school. It is a chilling number. It means, as you heard, 1 in 6 in the world. Note that it does not include another 13 million from the 10 countries most affected by conflict in 2024, where data are limited or absent. This graph shows the number of those out of school by country income for 3 age groups. It is startling to see that this number has been growing in low-income countries, which are represented by the orange lines, throughout the past quarter of a century. And the number of youth of upper secondary school age who are not in school has stagnated even in middle-income countries since 2015. Now, some of you may ask what is new. If you're cynical enough, you may even think that the 1 extra million out of school is just another dot in this sea of dots. It is easy to be cynical about international efforts to improve the state of education in the world. But look closer, and the much larger number of dots in these school images who represent the 327 million more who have come to school since 2000, which represents an extra 30% of students in primary and secondary schools, as the number of countries that have made 12 years of education compulsory has tripled in this period. There are 45% more children in preschools, 160% more in universities and colleges. And take a look at this figure. This is the percentage of those who complete each level of education, which you can also explore in our VIEW website. Now, how can we explain that these numbers are growing? The percentage of those who complete upper secondary school has increased almost without delay, without slowing down, by 0.8 percentage points per year in the past 25 years, and has reached now 64%. How does this square with stagnant out-of-school numbers? The answer is in one of the statistics we have forgotten. Repetition rates have fallen by 65% in primary education and by 40% in lower secondary education. Education systems, after the surge of the late 90s and early 2000s, which created bottlenecks, are actually becoming more efficient. Of course, this is far from the universal secondary completion promise that we completely rushed to offer in 2015. And the data that we have gathered today suggests that at the current rate, the world, as you heard, will achieve universal secondary completion rate, or 95%, which about only a dozen countries achieve today, only in 2105. That means around the time when UNESCO will be celebrating its second 80th birthday. But falling short of the target should not be held against the agenda. After all, the agenda is the one that created the common language we use. Even more, it does not mean that countries fail. And this brings us to a core message of this report. The problem is not the agenda, but the poor use we have made of the opportunities that a global agenda is offering us. Although countries were called in 2015 by the United Nations to set national targets that take their starting points and contexts into account, this was forgotten across most of the SDGs. But not in education. The GEM report and the UIS helped set up the SDG 4 benchmarking approach since 2019. 80% of member states have contributed national targets on 8 SDG 4 indicators for 2025 and 2030. It is the logic of this approach that guides the 2026 GEM report, that every country should be seen not through the flawed lens of achieving targets that they cannot achieve, but through the lens of what they have committed to achieve to their own citizens. Change takes time, but it happens. And we have used 3 inputs to explain it. First, the statistics, which pointed us to the countries that have done exceptionally well over long periods of time, but also those that have done below expectations. Second, the stories of these countries. And third, the research that we put together with the stories. This will be the common thread of the 3-part Countdown to 2030 series. We have split the agenda in 3, starting with the most specific, quantifiable part of the agenda, which is access and equity. We will move next year to quality and learning, where the data are trickier, but have increased enough to help identify progress globally. At the end of the day, we will invite you to share your thoughts about how we should approach this difficult topic. And in 2028, we will look separately at one pillar of quality, which is relevance, for which there is less data, but a lot of experimentation with all eyes to the future. The objective for this trilogy is to help frame the debate for a future agenda, a discussion that will begin this morning with a panel co-organized with the SDG 4 High-Level Steering Committee on Out-of-School Children. Now, we first came up with a story approach in our Scope website, which I invite you to visit. But we have developed this approach in this report with 7 case studies for each one of 5 SDG 4 indicators in early childhood, in primary, in secondary, and in post-secondary education, and also for equity. This makes for 35 short stories, which we understand people need at a time when there is less patience to read long reports. And as you see, they are globally representative. We have mixed the countries that have done well with those that have not, at least on paper. This is intentional. Each story uncovers different trajectories, but also different realities. Countries that appear struggling may not be doing so badly at a closer look. Countries that have done well may have hit other obstacles. They may have also done well not because of deliberate efforts, but because of forces they cannot control. We leave the conclusions for you to draw, but we hope that you will recognize in these stories that the world has much more in common in education than we sometimes like to think. The report opens our eyes to the difference that the passage of time is making. Some of you may be familiar with our peer website, which we launched in 2020 to document each country's laws and policies on the theme of the report in order to make sure that we cover all of them equally. But the popularity of that website made us realize that there was appetite for updating it. As we don't have the resources for that, we decided to focus on a subset of policy indicators to show their evolution over time. And we have started with 2 sets of policy indicators. First, on inclusive education, a hallmark of the 2030 Agenda. As you see in this graph, it is remarkable how the principles of inclusive education that actually were born in this House have now spread in national laws and policies, a sign of success for the agenda and the role of international actors. Second, there is even faster progress in deploying financing mechanisms to redistribute resources to improve equity in education. The prevalence of policies to reorient transfers to subnational governments, to schools, to students and their families towards equity has increased by 4 to 6 times in the past 25 years. Not all of these efforts are perhaps as strong in their equity focus. So we have developed a new index that we will talk about this afternoon, which shows that when we add the dimensions of coverage of these policies and the volume, fewer than 1 in 10 countries have developed their equity orientation enough. So countries need to learn from each other more in this area. As I mentioned, a core recommendation of the report is for countries to commit to setting targets, and based on those, to develop future global targets firmly rooted in countries' realities. Now, one of the areas in which we want to see more country action is equity. We have been leading, as a GEM report, efforts in this area ever since our marginalization report in 2010 and the launch of the WIDE website. But 15 years of monitoring based on international efforts have met with relatively limited success. Our global indicator, the parity index, does not help. It is more of a measure of progress of the indicator we try to disaggregate rather than of progress in reducing disparity. But the main challenge is that we have not seen enough change in country willingness to set targets, monitor, and report on equity, which is where the change needs to happen. Data exist, but they're often not appreciated or they're not shared. A region that shines in that respect is Latin America. Despite being the most unequal in terms of income distribution, you will see in the report when you open it that many of our most fascinating graphs on equity come from there, because governments have been open and transparent to collect and report data on education inequality. But globally, for most countries, we have none or too few observations on education disparity, for example, by wealth. There are a number of recommendations in the report on how monitoring can be improved beyond the recommendation just mentioned on equity. For example, knowing how many children attend at least 1 year of preschool, which bizarrely we don't know, but we make an attempt to estimate in this report. Getting countries' trust to use multiple sources of data and not stick to the one source. Or moving from enrollment to attainment in their tertiary education, because that would be a far more informative measure of educational development at this level. To summarize and to conclude, the report proposes a 4-pointed compass at 2 levels. You already heard me making 4 recommendations on monitoring that you see represented here with the blue part of the compass. Let me now also mention the 4 recommendations on policy, and these are in orange. The report goes at some length to restate some basic principles. It is very important to recognize that too much emphasis has gone in recent years on finding out what works. And that has made us forget that the wholesale import of solutions that have been tried and tested elsewhere will not work outside those contexts. Policies need to be locally developed. Second, change takes time. Most of the policies that are being promoted by what works approaches have been tested by the end of the first or the second year, and yet the change really happens in the long term. Policies that matter in the long run have to do with building institutions, but these are deliberately ignored because they are very difficult to research. And third, no single reform will work on its own. A balanced mix of policies that build institutions and balance supply and demand for education are needed. Finally, in line with the focus of the report, more effort needs to go in targeting financing. Closing, I want to thank our funders, our advisory board, and our chair, Jutta Urpilainen, for their trust. As our mandate is up for renewal in 2030, we're grateful to the member states for their support to the idea of an editorially independent report hosted and published by UNESCO. Within our limited means, we try to ensure that the report remains truly global. Our regional editions in this cycle will therefore focus on pre-primary education in the Arab states, late enrollment and repetition in Africa as part of our Spotlight series, and the gender gap in secondary completion in the Caribbean. I want to close by reminding us all that perhaps we could think of the world as a classroom. In a classroom, compassionate, committed teachers care for the welfare and achievement of every student. Let's think of ourselves that the international community, countries, are also members of a classroom. We should therefore not focus on those that are at the top. We should make sure that our efforts in monitoring, in policy dialogue, work to help everyone achieve their potential, and that means the potential of all children. Thank you very much for being here today.
We all want a better education, but there is no one single way to get there. The Global Education Monitoring Report Countdown to 2030 series reminds us that reaching SDG 4 isn't about one solution, it's about many. We all make the first step forward, but then what? Education isn't linear. Journeys will differ, shaped by place and circumstance. A shared vision and ambition are essential, but progress depends on country-driven targets and solutions. Before taking that first step, though, there are 3 questions every country must answer. Who is accessing education? What are they learning? And why? When countries define their own targets in this way, progress becomes verifiable. And when solutions are country-led, it turns ambition into action. When those targets create a virtuous circle, progress will last. When students are granted opportunities and feel treated equally, they enroll and stay. When teachers are backed and their classrooms are well attended, learning grows. When education connects and sparks interaction, it creates engagement. In a world of splintered information and shrinking attention, education must be the bridge, not just to knowledge, but to coexistence. When education has purpose, it doesn't just fill seats. It ignites voices. It makes questions matter. Starting points to this vision differ, and sometimes the goalposts move. Your story counts. Costs, cultures, climate, conflict, COVID, poverty, prejudice, politics. Any one of them can stand in the way. The clock is ticking. 2030 is on the horizon. That's why we must bring rhetoric back to reality. Remember that what works for you may not work for someone else. A solution will fail in the future if it ignores history. The task? Keep up the ambition, but be humble enough to listen. Monitor, don't prescribe nor generalize. Enhance accountability, ownership, trust, and transparency. Don't just judge the destination. Support the journey and learn from it. Access for all, learning that transforms, education that matters. These don't just achieve one goal, they unlock them all, for every country in their own way.
The clock is ticking and 2030 is on the horizon. Thank you very much, Manos and the GEM Report team. There's so much to unpack. And for young people like myself, of course, the data that you see is not just data, but it represents young people like myself whose future is at stake and action is needed. At this point, I would like us to move into unpacking the report itself, but I will take a reaction from Andries Schleicher, who is Director for Education and Skills at OECD. Shall we give him some hands of applause?
Thank you so much, and you just heard Manos. We set bold goals, but here we are, 2030 around the corner, and we know we will leave millions of children behind. We know that's a huge drag on our economies, our societies. We know that the long-run cost of not hitting SDG 4 targets is in the hundreds of trillions of dollars and dwarfs really any conceivable cost investment for improvement. So the easy narrative is we miss the mark, but if we only look at the destination, we miss the journey, and the journey really tells us a very powerful story here. Behind the headlines of 273 million children still out of school, there are 1.4 billion learners in classrooms today. That's over 300 million more than at the turn of this century. That's not stagnation. That's, the largest expansion of opportunity in human history. And you just saw it. Pre-primary education, up 45%. Post-secondary, up 160%. So no, the global education agenda has not failed. And my congratulations to UNESCO and you, Stefania and Manos, for bringing that story out. The GEM report has always been the conscience of the SDG 4 agenda. What has happened is that our ambition and what the world needs has, clearly been running much faster than our systems have scaled. And, when ambition outruns capacity, that's when credibility takes a hit. But here's the thing, I'd rather live in a world in which ambition stretches us beyond our limits than one where we quietly lower the bar to accommodate our constraints. But let's be honest about the headwinds. Progress has slowed, out-of-school numbers are rising again, conflict, fragility, displacement, they are no longer just footnotes. They are defining features of education in many parts of the world. So that should concern all of us, but it should not paralyze us. Now, you just saw, countries like Madagascar, Togo, Morocco, Vietnam, China, Turkey. They show us that we can turn things around, not because they found a magic bullet, but because they build coherent systems, because they have mobilized the domestic resources it takes to make education sustainable, and because they invested in labor policies where better skills translate into better jobs and better lives of people. And that is the first lesson for the road ahead. There are systems that work. So we can look at 2030 and say, look, we didn't get there. Or we can say we have built the largest expansion of education in human history, and now we know what it takes to finish this job. We know that systems matter, and we know that history will not judge us by how many reach the top, but how good we are in lifting those at the margins. And yes, ambition must always remain ahead of us. Let me conclude with some reflections on the process. For 3 decades, we pursued the global education agenda as a kind of grand engineering project. Let's get the stakeholders into a room, negotiate targets, lock in compliance mechanism, and then hope for results. And that's a model that works for problems that we understand, problems with stable variables and predictable pathways. But, education isn't that kind of problem. Manos rightly highlighted, education is quintessentially a complex system. Like climate change, education is also a moving target in the fog. Technologies evolve, labor markets shift, demographics change, cultural expectations transform, political coalitions rise and fall. What worked 5 years ago may be obsolete tomorrow. The central challenge is not simply resistance or ideology, it's deep-rooted uncertainty. And you do not manage uncertainty with rigid blueprints. Real progress begins in real places, in coalitions of actors willing to try something very concrete, in frameworks that invite schools and networks to innovate within shared goals. Measure what happens. Relentlessly compare outcomes across contexts, revise assumptions, scale what works, abandon what doesn't, and always see change as iterative learning. Educational goals can establish common aspirations, relevance, quality, equity, you heard it. But the heavy lifting will always happen very close to the ground. Complex systems require adaptive solutions. Static rules will never tame dynamic risks. And that means also reframing accountability in you. Instead of asking, did you hit the target? The more important question becomes, what did you try? What did you learn? How did you adjust? In an uncertain world, certainty is not the goal. Learning is. And that means global cooperation must evolve too, from declaration making as an endpoint to agreements as an enabler for continuous experimentation and learning. In complex systems, progress doesn't come from getting the plan right once. It comes from building systems that know how to learn. Education is not a race to a finishing line. It's a long-term investment in human potential. And if we stay their course, if we build smarter systems, measure what matters like the GEM report does, and focus relentlessly on those in danger to be left behind, then the story of global education is not one of missed targets, but one of unfinished but unstoppable progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andreas. We'll now turn our attention to the ministers in the room to celebrate their progress, but also to learn from their challenges and aspirations for the remainder of the 2030 agenda and beyond. The panels today are structured around the recommendations of the report. From context to financing to policies to data, each panel will go in-depth into a different recommendation from the report. These recommendations are the foundations of education systems. There is a space outside this room where you can build your own education system, choosing the pillars that are more relevant to your own context. Please stop by and help us to create the education systems of tomorrow. Allow me now to introduce the moderator of our next panel, Stefania Giannini, Assistant Director General for Education. We are truly honored to have her with us today as she concludes her extraordinary journey with UNESCO, as you already heard. Stefania, the floor is yours, and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Excellencies, honorable ministers, dear partners, dear colleagues, dear friends. It's a great honor, a great pleasure. I'm a bit emotional today, I have to be very honest with you. I'll try my best, but it's a great honor really to move now to hear countries' perspectives and on the journeys behind some of the interesting, very interesting, once again, Manos, great job, thank you. Of the global data that Manos has just presented. And you'll see we have shining examples of countries that from different perspectives, different challenges, are really bringing up solutions and moving ahead such an accomplished mission as my dear friend Andrea Schleicher rightly defined education globally. And let me say a few words about the GEM report that, I really try to support as much as I could, and I'm sure in the future it will remain one of the jewels of this organization, bringing this reliable, comparable data to the international community, thanks to this strong, unique alliance with the UNESCO Institute of Statistics. So, different kind of approaches to the most important contribution we can give to ministers, to governments, but also to teachers, to students, and the international community focusing on education, which is better knowledge of problems, better knowledge of solutions as well, and moving from this better knowledge to right decisions and right policies to put in place. So it's a quarter of a century that the GEM report is working hard for making education happen in the right way and progress in the right way. And as you know, our reflections in the last few years, including also my 8 years at UNESCO, almost a decade, were very much focusing on specific topics that step by step became important, relevant for the international community. I'm thinking of the very important monographic report on education and migration in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. I'm thinking of the milestone report on technology in education more recently, 2023, almost immediately after COVID, when technology became part of the international agenda. But let me stress a point that Manos has already clearly stated. This report and also Deputy Secretary General Amina stressed very well, this report brings us back to the core mandate of the GEM report team, which is about getting children into school and monitoring how access is the precondition for everything else. Access is where everything begins. And it cannot be ignored if you are to realize education's full potential. And of course, the next steps in this countdown to 2030, as decided by the governing board of the GEM report, is already including other two important steps on learning and quality and the relevance of education. So there is a roadmap that really still is already creating the ground for thinking of the post-2030 agenda, which is another important point. But now, let me move quickly to my job as a moderator of an impressive group of ministers and countries out of these 35 case studies. We are going to listen to how solutions must be tailored case by case and must be really contextualized, bringing principles that are universal principles. So we have the temptation sometimes, based on this global data, to find the one-size-fits-for-all solution, but this is not the case. We see that education, as Andreas just mentioned, as a complex system, does require really to focus on the specific context. So I'm very honored and pleased to call on stage ministers, honorable ministers, their excellencies, Minister Huai Jinpeng, Minister of Education of China. Please join us. Minister Edzokon Karimova, Minister of Preschool and School Education of Uzbekistan. Please, Madam Karimova. Ms. Katia Schweikart, Secretary of Basic Education of Brazil. Please. And the Vice Minister of National Education of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Bilal Macit, please. And finally, the Director of Program Monitoring and Oversight, Minister of National Education of Côte d'Ivoire. La Côte d'Ivoire, s'il vous plaît. André.
Côte d'Ivoire, please. Step up. Thank you.
And, sorry, Saudi Arabia, of course. What I did? My gosh. Of course, here it is. Last but not the least. The Deputy Minister of Planning of Saudi Arabia, that I already had the pleasure to greet and meet, Engr Sahad Al-Gmadi, that I don't see because of the light, but excellent. Thank you so much. So, oh, thank you. I hope it works. Excellent. So thank you so much for coming, traveling from so far away in many cases, and bringing the voice of countries and your experience. So the idea of this panel is to move in a twofold conversation. The first step is to share a positive story of progress. We see many impressive achievements in your countries, and I will going to kindly ask you to highlight these improvements concerning access, of course, which is the topic of the Global Monitoring Report, and participation across education system. In a second round, we will look ahead. We will look ahead, reflecting together on the core principles which are behind these achievements and these policies that you put in place, and that have driven progress. As I mentioned, they can really be a nice, let's say, link to the next step in your conversation from now to 2030 and post-2030. So let me start with the first round, which is about achievements. And I have the same questions from all of you, and I will try to give you an order of conversation and taking the floor according to the level of education you are responsible for. And the question is, Your Excellencies, could you share how your country has achieved such outstanding progress in expanding access to education over the past 25 years, so a real long-term journey, and where the key policies on reforms that made the difference were so good to overcome challenges that we are sure you also faced. So my invitation is to, as an order of intervention by education level, is to start from honorable ministers of Uzbekistan and Turkey, who are responsible somehow of early childhood. So Madam Karimova first, and Minister Bilal Rachid later. And then Côte d'Ivoire and Brazil for their commitment to in primary and secondary education. And finally, China and Saudi Arabia, that are very much also covering post-secondary education. But of course, feel free to describe which is the journey, whatever the policy. So please, Madam Karimova, the floor is yours. Please try to stay in the 3-4 minutes that we planned. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. Уважаемые коллеги.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for inviting us and for enabling us to take part in this high-level event, which brings together the ministers of education, representatives of all international organizations, and experts from around the world for consideration of the key questions of access to education equality. Looking at Uzbekistan, and to summarize in one sentence, I would say that we have gone from restricted access to the establishment of one of the fastest developing education systems in the world. 10 years ago, only a small number, a limited number of our children had access to education. At present, we have achieved inclusion of 98%, and we have significantly extended the pre-primary education access to the tune of 78%. Behind these figures, there is, of course, a deeper story. And this is the story of a political will at the highest level when preschool education became a national priority, a systemic transformation, and we did not only build kindergartens, we reviewed the whole system, and it's the story of equity, access, equal opportunity, because mere access is not enough. We set ourselves, asked ourselves a complex question: how do we ensure that the child has access? How do we reach out to a child who may remain outside the system? Our answer was that we had to provide a full range of services, partnership between the state and alternative systems, with kindergartens, with emergency programs, and we ensured that no region in the country should be excluded. So access not only developed quickly, but in a fairer way. But I must be frank, at present, we are going into a more difficult phase, a more complex phase. There, we have made some mistakes in terms of the overall lessons. We need short-term solutions to longer-term issues, and we have to consider separate projects, and we need to be able to plan ahead. Uzbekistan is prepared to share its experience and to learn from others, because behind each statistic you have a child, and each individual story, of course, deserves full attention. Thank you very much.
Madam Minister, and I wish to remind all the audience that Uzbekistan really improved impressively on early child education, also thanks to this political will from the highest level. Tashkent Declaration was signed from many ministers, not by chance, a few years ago, 2022, in your country. So congratulations for that. And now, Vice Minister Bilal Machil about Turkey, which is another successful story to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this event and UNESCO for this opportunity. And I would like to present my respectful greetings to you all. In today's world, we are living in a world that on one hand we have artificial intelligence, VR, digital transformation, big data, but on the other hand we have wars, forced displacements, children losing their schools, parents, friends, teachers. So it brings us to question that why do we have education in the first place? Why I'm telling you is that education is not just an important issue for development of a country, but also for our collective conscience, for our will together. So we have to put being a good person into our education systems in the first place. Turkey has made significant, remarkable progress in education, in every field of education, from early childhood to higher education. Our pre-primary education enrollment was only less than 20% at the early 2000s, but today it's over 95%. To achieve this, first, it's the budget, it's the finance. It's perceived that it's a technical and a financial question, but also it's a political decision to make. It has always been the national defense having a large share from the national budget, but since 2003, it's always the national education has the largest largest share from the national budget in Turkey. Secondly, we invested in human resources. Today, 80% of our teachers were appointed in the last 20 years, and also infrastructure. More than 70% of our school capacity infrastructure was constructed in the last 20 years as well. Thus, with the construction of the new schools, the transition to full-day education led working mothers enrolling their children in schools, and it has increased remarkably in Turkey. And also geography matters. To overcome the geographical barriers, a mobile classroom model was implemented. Education is directly brought to children, hard-reach regions, and teachers travel to villages on designated days to work with small groups. Alongside this, a specific preschool program transported children from surrounding settlements to central schools, with meals and transportation fully covered by the state. And wherever there is a demand, schools remain open in Turkey and teachers are assigned even for a single student in Turkey. Barriers to education are not only physical but also economic and social as well. So we provide education support programs in Turkey. Meal, stationery and transportation support. Access was made effectively free low-income families in Turkey, and since 2003, nearly 5 billion textbooks have distributed to students free of charge. And social awareness, cultural barriers is also important. Civil society organizations, the business communities, and other stakeholders were brought into the process. Campaigns were organized, and parental involvement tried to enhance in Turkey as well. And apart from that, lastly, we invested not only in quantity but the quality as well, because the parents have to believe in that it's worth that they send their children to school and students spend their years in school. So we changed the curriculum all over and put critical thinking, social responsibility, and the new competencies demanded by our age. And the last, I would like to mention that AI is affecting all dynamics of the social life in the world, not only business but education as well. And it seems to be like AI is going to hit white-collar works in the world. So I think we have to focus on the vocational technical training as well, because despite we have the university graduates in our countries, but the more they get unemployed, then people began to question enrollment to schools as well. So I think we have to focus on this issue as well, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Minister, for this comprehensive approach. And we'll get better to the issue that is not one single policy to bring solutions, but really from finance to human resources, infrastructure, as all you mentioned. J'aimerais donner la parole.
I would like now to give the floor to the representative of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Delot, for a presentation. And
Ms. Schweikart, please. Abu.
Over to you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. First of all, I would like to convey to you the thanks of our Minister, who was appointed 2 years ago, and due to clashing commitments, he has asked me to represent him, and it's an honor to be on the panel. Côte d'Ivoire, my country, has come a long way from 2002 to 2007 and to 2011. We had political, social crises which held up our education program, but we are resilient. We went back on track, and from 2015, we have ensured that all children from 6 to 16 have to go through compulsory education. So the figures speak for themselves. The preschool rate is 100. These efforts, these statistics are based on the fact that all the children in primary education have education kits. Children in secondary school also receive a school kit for 10,000 CFA francs instead of 60,000. We have the girls' situation. We have access for children who've been unable to have access to official schools. And we have a shortage of teachers in mathematics and physics and chemistry. In Côte d'Ivoire, we have many reforms that are being implemented, and the former minister launched with all the education partners the States General of Education. And there are some challenges that I wish to stress in terms of inequality, in terms of access for girls to higher education. And Côte d'Ivoire is undertaking reform which will bring about a quantum change. The other challenge is apprenticeships, and in combining all these efforts, we should be able to improve the quality of education, and the statistics show that we're on the right track. We have two key departments in Côte d'Ivoire, the equality department, and we have the technology department to provide support for transition in the digital area. Thank you very much and congratulations. We're very, in UNESCO, we're very proud to have been able to support you in this process since the States General. I think that was in 2021. And since then, the journey you have undertaken is very impressive, and UNESCO remain by your side. And we also warmly welcome the new minister.
Another, big important player, and Brazil immediately brings here at UNESCO such a good memory, Fortaleza Declaration, and the big meeting where many of you, by the way, were with us, and another milestone in the process of building, the global agenda together. Thank you so much, Ms. Katia. The floor is yours.
Morning, everyone. It's our pleasure to be here, sharing our experience in Brazil. Brazil, as you know, is a country of continental scale and deep historical inequalities. Expanding access to education has therefore always meant to us addressing structural, social, territorial, and economic disparities. Over the past 25 years, we have made significant progress in the completion of educational stages. This was made possible by combining three key dimensions: universal access, retention policies, and the guarantee of minimum quality conditions. First, universalization. The 1988 Constitution and the 1996 law in Brazil established education as a right for all and a duty of the state. This enabled the large-scale inclusion of children and young people, particularly the poorest, into a system that had previously been highly exclusionary. As a result, we significantly reduced illiteracy rates from 24.5% in 1980 to approximately 5.3% today. Second, retention. We learned that access without retention is not sufficient. Policies such as Bolsa Família program, a conditional cash transfer program, school feeding, and school transportation were essential in reducing material barriers. Today, Bolsa Família reaches more than 80 million families, and the National School Feeding Program serves approximately 38.5 million students. These policies have reduced dropout rates and increased attendance, particularly among the most vulnerable students. And third, the guarantee of more equitable educational conditions. Brazil has implemented national policies such as the National Common Core Curriculum, now in place across nearly all education systems, ensuring a common standard of learning regardless of location. And in addition, large-scale assessment systems such as Basic Education Assessment System and the Basic Education Development Index have made inequalities visible and enabled more targeted policy responses. We have also expanded access to essential inputs. The National Textbooks Program distributes more than 170 million books annually to over 31 million students, reducing inequalities in access to educational materials.
Thank you so much. Impressive results, impressive numbers. A country that I think is some kind of 45 million students, if I'm not mistaken, all the country, no, at federal level. So we understand that access plus retention policies is so important. And now it's a pleasure to move to the last two speakers of the first round, Minister Huai from China, the Minister of Education. You know, China is another country which has a lot to say and to share with fellow ministers and the international community. And let me remind the important work that you are doing on the digital transformation and the focus on STEM education and many other policies that are very much behind your successful agenda. And after that, Saudi Arabia, Deputy Minister, Vice Minister Sahad Al-Khmadi talking about planning, but not only about that. So please, Minister Huai, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Giannini. I'd like to thank you because under your leadership, education has been transformed. I'm very pleased to see and to hear the report of 2026 GEM report and all the comments from the previous speakers in preschooling or basic education. I know that education is very important to progress and to development. Therefore, I'd like to share a few comments with you and to tell you what China has been doing in higher education. China attaches high importance to education, and educated people are more than 2.8 billion. Our President Xi Jinping attaches high importance to education. 2 years ago, we held the education conference, and 2035 will be our target for universal access. Education in China is our priority, top of the tops. In quality, we also promised to commit ourselves to education. So how to make education a real implemented matter? We need innovation, and we have to do 4 things. First of all is to face the demand of people. In the past 30 years, China's higher education institutions grew from more than 1,000 to more than 3,000, and educated people from 3.6 million to 48 million. We have 10 times more institutions, and we continue to provide high-quality education and to broaden the enrollment of students in higher education institutions. Moreover, we dedicate ourselves to science and technology and research. China has a double first-class initiative to support the universities and build world-class universities. And we are already among the top 1 in 10,000 of the ESI rankings. As you know, China has a huge market. We really need talent and qualified people. China's modernization needs more contribution, and we have a large space for talents. We want to have education, access, and equity. Madame Giannini said that in education, in digital education, and for poor families, we need to encourage children to have education no matter their financial conditions. So we have 8 dedicated to the financial difficulty families. 2035 is a target year, and we will implement our we will reach our objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister Huai. Thanks to China for this tireless and successful efforts to make education based on access, equity, and innovation. And this key word brings me to the next speaker, Deputy Minister Saad Al-Khmadi, for explaining how Saudi Arabia as well is very much focusing on policies grounded on these principles, I suppose. Thank you.
شكرا لك سيدة جنيني وبالمناسبة يعني يمكن قد انتهى.
Thank you, Madam Giannini. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you personally. I wish to congratulate you because this is the crowning moment of your career. I wish you every success for the future and much happiness for the future. So we also wish to congratulate UNESCO for this new report. This report emphasized the experience of Saudi Arabia, in particular in the post-secondary segment, namely higher education. We have shed particular light on the issue of access. I have several comments. First of all, we have to broaden access to post-secondary education and to higher education. We must therefore look at infrastructure and increase the number of universities. 10 years ago, we only had 8 universities, and now we have 70 universities across the whole of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, be it public or private universities. We also have a digital university that provides services that we call integrated learning and teaching services. The goal here is to be able to ensure that all students benefit from this wherever they may be and that they enjoy educational services. We've also made efforts to overhaul the architecture of the educational system. We have launched the Servant of Holy Places program with 50,000 students who are abroad in order to be able to have a scholarship in the most famous global universities. We have technological, professional training programs. We have many students in that particular field. We're not only interested in access, we've also focused on quality. In 2025, the National Saudi Organization of Inventors published a report, and the report showed that there are many patents that have been submitted in Saudi Arabia further to the work of universities. The King Fahd University of Oil and Mining achieved the 67th place in the ranking of universities. So I would also like to talk about equal opportunity or the equity level in Saudi Arabia will achieve 1.1 on the index. We have a greater number of students women compared to male students, which means that women have achieved a higher level than men. We have looked at STEM education, and that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
For your kind words, Deputy Minister Sahad, and sure. I already try to measure the time because you are very good. It's me that I'm talking too much. But now I stay with you, if you don't mind, for the last question, which is the same for all ministers, which is about the principles behind, the principle underpinning your policies and the values that you are bringing out about the next steps to improve and to make access, equity, but also learning quality and relevance the case in your country. So please, the floor is yours. 2 minutes now. Thank you.
When we talk about opportunities and about improvements that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is working on, one might say that the following. Last year, we launched a unique platform, I might say, which is a submission or acceptance platform in order to accept students from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and from outside to be accepted into colleges and admitted into colleges. Last year, this platform was launched with a high rate of participation. It focuses on enrollment in public and private universities. And in order to guarantee equal opportunities, we were capable of launching this platform that is accessible for everyone to enroll in the specialties they want to. Furthermore, today, within our vision, we have the National Labor Observatory, which links specialties, academic specialties in higher education to the ambitions or the needs of the labor market in the future, especially given the developments of our generations today. In addition to that, we were capable of creating a research and academic environment that is more complex, that is capable of keeping up with the developments. And in this context, the Kingdom is working on attracting students from outside the country through a platform, Study in Saudi Arabia. And we have 250,000 students that have applied to this platform in order to obtain scholarships to be able to pursue their education in the Kingdom. And finally, amongst the many important things that we did, we developed tools for conducting surveys, for collecting data, because all this will really reflect the true reality and it will allow us to better develop our strategies and devise our plans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also for the commitment to higher education, which is an important piece of the right to education. Minister Huai, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think our education must change. First, youth must adapt to new challenges and diversified world. Second, change in technology represented by AI. Third, education must be more open. It must be a common good. In our policy, we learn knowledge, but we put more focus on ability. We combine science education and humanities education. Second, we improve our research capabilities, especially sharing research achievements with the industries. We contribute to technology invention. For recent years, we offer more than 10 million talents to modern industries. Over half of them are STEM graduates. They contribute greatly to economy. Third, I believe education can reform our civil globalization. I hope we need more cooperation in education, like the panel today, like our conference today. I understand UNESCO contributes a lot to promoting cooperation in education. We look forward to sharing more of our experience at UNESCO. In the years to come is the era of change for education, especially promoted by AI. Thank you.
Minister, why cooperation first? It's also our approach, as you know. And I wish to give the floor now to Ms. Katia Schweikart, Brazil. Principles, behind your policies. Yeah. Thank you.
For us in Brazil, the first is the recognition of education is a right. From this foundation, we have structured a system that combines responsibilities across the federal, state, and municipalities levels within a federative model that requires continuous coordination to ensure equitable access throughout the country. The second principle is that equity must be intentional. In Brazil, policies are not universal in a neutral sense. They are designed to reach those who need the most. It's very important. This is reflected in cash transfer policies, school feeding, transportation, and also in affirmative action measures, such as the quota law in higher education, which has transformed access to public universities in Brazil. The third principle is that access must be accompanied by real conditions for learning. To this end, we combine a national curriculum, the distribution of learning materials, and assessment systems that make inequalities visible and guide public action. There is also a fourth principle for us, that equity is not only about physical access to school, but also about belonging, representation, and inclusion. This is reflected, for example, in the inclusion of Afro-Brazilian and indigenous history and culture in school curriculum. And looking ahead to 2030, we think that we need to deepen equity-oriented policies from early childhood, reducing inequalities from the very beginning of the educational trajectory. Integration of education and social policies, it's very important, and incorporation of the digital dimensions as part of the right to education, school connectivity, and pedagogical use of technology.
Thank you so much, State Secretary. We couldn't be more in agreement with you. Inclusion, let's say, it's a bit the red line of all your principles. Thank you so much. Je vais passer la parole à Monsieur.
Now, I should like to hand over to the director from Côte d'Ivoire. I hope that you're on the same page, Mr. Delors. One of the principles of our education system is equal opportunity. And when we say equal opportunity, this means that we want all pupils to have the same opportunity. And this is going to require teachers who are on board. We know that there are certain special needs children as well, but again, equal opportunity for all. And teachers need to be informed and trained as to those specific needs for the most vulnerable students. And those specific cases were in the past destined only for special schools, but now there is more of a mainstreaming push. And also in terms of financing, it's important to put your money where your mouth is when it comes to that. And we've also got public-private partnerships in Côte d'Ivoire. The private sector is able to support the education sector. Another challenge that we're facing, school is free, everyone wants to go to school, but we've got to have adequate infrastructure. And so there again, it's important to ensure adequate funding. If I can give you a figure, we've got 1.25 million different exams being taken, and we've got a large number of girls, some
want to access those same exam courses, but it's important to ensure that that is possible and also in rural schools. We've seen that we need a bigger push for technology, and there are children who do not have adequate teachers with the technological know-how for STEM, and it's important for those children to be given the possibility of ensuring adequate STEM teaching in their own school or elsewhere or through distance learning. And that is why, we're focusing on these challenges. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think you've got major challenges, but some excellent solutions in the pipeline already. And everything that you're saying is very, very consistent with UNESCO's vision.
Now the floor with pleasure to Deputy Minister Bilat Macit of Turkey for his own vision.
Thank you.
Principles.
Thank you. I think one of the main dynamics why Turkey has made this transformation is the political leadership. President Recep Tayyip Erdoğan himself, he is very much dedicated to education, and from top to down, all the actors and the institutions act in line with it. And also political stability is important for the development of the policies, implementation of the policies, sustainability and the consistency as well. And apart from that, teaching workforce, the quality of the teachers. If you like your teacher, then you like your school. If you like your school, then you like the education, then you continue with the education. We passed a law from the parliament and strengthened the professions of the teachers, but also we established an institution. So it's not just a university degree to be appointed as a teacher, but also you have to go to an academy and spend a year in there and enhance your practical experiences. And also use of the technology. You have to provide the technology to children, whether you provide it or not, but they will find it. I have a daughter, she's 9, and I saw her doing her homework, and it was ChatGPT on the screen, and I asked her, how do you know about it? Is it your teacher or school? And she said, oh, come on, Dad. My teacher doesn't know about it. So, whether you provide it or not, they will find it. So we have to invest in the digital transformation as well. More than 650,000 schools are equipped with smart boards in Turkey, and all internet access are provided as well. So digital transformation is important. Parental involvement, it's crucial and significant. The more they are involved in education, the more the educational success comes with the children. And also lifelong learning, it has to be cut in the middle of somewhere. So it's a very dynamic word, and it has to be lifelong learning as well. And as the policymakers, how do we make our decisions? It has to be data-driven, a rational decision-making processes as well. In every step we made, we provide the data, but in every decision we made, it shouldn't be irrational. It has to be concrete, rational. So we use these management systems with supported AI. It might be the last principle that we have. Thanks.
Thank you so much, and thanks for mentioning teachers, both of you, many of you. It is another important policy and topic to focus, and as you know, UNESCO is very much prioritizing the teaching, quality of teaching agenda. And now, last but not the least, early childhood back, Minister Karimova, the principles behind your successful story on education.
Well, of course, we have achieved great success, but my thoughts have already been voiced by my colleagues, but as I pointed out earlier, we have general lessons, a long-term commitment to finding solutions in the short term. For the system reform, we need significant projects, and for equity has to be produced. It does not just come down from the sky. So all projects, on other aspects, on projects, I think everything I wanted to say has already been said by my colleagues. Thank you.
So much. Thank you to all ministers. Your stories count. That's the point. Thank you so much.
campagnes de sensibilisation se concentrent principalement sur les injustices subies par les filles, notamment les mariages d'enfants, les décrochages scolaires et le fait qu'ici en Afrique, certains parents estiment que les garçons méritent davantage d'aller à l'école que les filles. Pour remédier à ce problème, le ministère de l'Éducation a créé les CNEF, c'est-à-dire le club de mères de leurs filles. Je vous donne l'exemple d'une jeune fille dans notre école qui a perdu sa mère. Son père est venu la chercher en plein milieu de l'année scolaire. Et ce sont des mères membres de leur fille qui ont tenté de dialoguer avec les parents afin que la jeune fille puisse reprendre sa scolarité. Pour moi, c'est déjà un pas dans la bonne direction.
Hubo un estudiante que era becado a inicio del proyecto que ahora está candidateando para concejal. De los primeros becados actualmente al proyecto que tenemos, hay varios estudiantes, por ejemplo, que ahora sí están ya estudiando en la normal para profesores, otros para enfermería, cosa que antes no se veía eso, por ejemplo, ¿no? O sea, solo se quedaban en el lugar y ahí concluían sus estudios, pero ahora muchos de ellos ya ven la otra alternativa de continuar sus estudios.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us, and it's my pleasure now to open another important segment of this launch of the GEM report 2026, which is the high-level steering committee panel and the 2030 agenda discussion from now to 2030 and beyond. With the launch of the 2026 Global Education Monitoring report, as we heard, we face a stark reality. 273 million children, adolescents, and youth were out of school in 2024, a number that has risen for 7 consecutive years, unfortunately. Behind these figures lies a clear warning. The challenge is no longer just about expanding access, which is important, of course, we heard from ministers. It's also about keeping learners in school. That's what the Secretary of State of Brazil just mentioned, retention. The nature of the problem has shifted. In the early 2000s, the main barrier was entry, going to school. Today, nearly half of those out of school are of upper secondary age. And many children are entering school, but far too many are not progressing or completing their education. So dropout has become a structural phenomenon, not an exception. And why is this happening? That's maybe the question to address. First, in many low-income countries, population growth continues to outpace system expansion. While policies such as fee abolition, we heard some good examples, school construction and financial support have expanded access, still we heard very good solutions, they have also placed enormous pressure on systems already facing teachers' shortages, 44 million globally, you remember, overcrowding and declining quality of learning and teaching. Under these conditions, retention inevitably suffers. Second point, the pathways through education remain highly uneven. Late entry, grade repetition, slow progression leave many learners over age at the greater risk of disengagement, especially for boys in many regions of the world, but not exclusively, of course. As the GEM report reminds us, dropout is not a single event. It's a process. It's a process that begins with regular attendance in school and ends in permanent exclusion, the out-of-school condition. At the same time, some indicators paint contradictory pictures. Completion rates may improve even as out-of-school numbers increase, masking somehow persistent inequities linked to poverty, to labor pressures, to conflicts, climate-related crises and disruptions. We must therefore look beyond entry to whether learners stay, progress, and succeed. Once again, education is a complex issue. We cannot deny the urgency. At current rates, universal upper secondary completion will not be achieved this century, placing the 2030 target well beyond reach. This is why the SDG 4 High-Level Steering Committee has called for today's global debate to move beyond the diagnosis and focus on what works. We will spotlight inclusive, context-specific policy packages that have proven effective in reducing out-of-school rates, regardless of countries' starting points or constraints. And this is very encouraging, of course. We know that progress is possible. Countries featured in this year's report have dramatically reduced out-of-school numbers and rates through coherent policy packages, combining different instruments, including inclusive legislation, target social protection, equity-oriented financing, flexible learning pathways, and safer, more resilient learning environment, which is the precondition for everything. These experiences show that no single reform works in isolation. Sustainable progress requires action across all sectors: education, health, labor, social protection, and gender equality, grounded in long-term political commitment and adapted to local realities. As we begin our discussion, I invite our distinguished ministers and senior policymakers to share not only what has worked, but why it has worked and what comes next. Despite the sobering numbers, we have evidence, experience, and most importantly, you have leadership, and we see leadership around the world. Together, we can change the trajectory so that every learner not only enters school, which is important, but stays, progresses, and flourishes. With this, I'm honored to open this global policy debate under the auspices of the High-Level Steering Committee, and I wish to take the opportunity to thank warmly, really from the bottom of my heart, all countries, all ministers, all Sherpa representatives that over the last 10 years were very much beyond and besides us in moving ahead the SDG 4 agenda. Thank you so much, and I invite my colleague Min to take the floor for moderating.
Thank you very much, Stefania. And with this being the last event that Stefania is going to be on as Acting Assistant Director General, I'd like to invite the whole room with a standing ovation, and let's give a rousing hand of applause to Stefania. Can we just briefly be on our feet? Just give her a big round of applause for her. I know you've done it already, but it's such an amazing moment. Great work that she has done, very passionate, and we really owe a lot to her and all her efforts. Thank you so much, Stefania, and thank you very much for doing as I requested. Thank you so much. And yes, for many of the young people out there who are in any way, whose lives are being transformed through education, which you have actively contributed to. There's huge gratitude and enormous gratitude for all the work that you have done. Thank you so much, Stefania, once again. And now, let me invite the moderator for this high-level debate, as introduced by Stefania, Tomoko Shibuya, to come on stage and introduce the panelists. Tomoko. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, anyway. You could do from here. Yeah.
So good afternoon, good morning still, Excellencies, dear colleagues and participants. I am delighted to be moderating this panel on behalf of our Global Director of Education, Dr. Pia Brito, who sends her highest regards. As you can see, I am under a lot of pressure after the excellent moderation done by DG Stefania, and now lunchtime waiting after us. I feel a lot of pressure, but let us try. So thanks so much again. So we will now turn to the global policy debate, which will focus on policy interventions that have effectively reduced out-of-school rates alongside system strengthening and priorities beyond 2030. Our objective in this panel is precise. We want to understand what works, under what conditions, and how those lessons can be sustained and scaled across contexts. This is not simply a discussion of policy design, it is a discussion of delivery, of systems, and ultimately of impact at the level of the child. So it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists from 5 countries. First and foremost, His Excellency Professor Giuseppe Valditra, Minister of Education and Merit of Italy, who will open the discussion as the high-level steering committee minister. Please join the stage. And Her Excellency Doutora Samaria dos Anjos Filemon Tovela, Minister of Education and Culture of Mozambique. Por favor. And Her Excellency Madame Lilas de Quiron, Permanent Delegate Ambassador of Haiti to UNESCO. Yes. And Her Excellency Madame Araxia Svajan, Deputy Minister of Education, Science, Culture, and Sport of Armenia. And last but not least, Dr. Kreos Patrowat, Managing Director of the Equitable Education Fund of Thailand. So, thank you so much once again, distinguished panelists, for joining us. So let us start with the concrete policy interventions that have sustainably reduced out-of-school rates, particularly among marginalized, hard-to-reach groups. So starting with you, Minister Valditra. As Italy is a member of the SDG 4 High-Level Steering Committee who's convened this policy debate, so what specific policy strategies has Italy prioritized to address educational exclusion in marginalized areas, and how can these serve as a global model for ensuring long-term sustainability? Over to you.
Councillor Shibuya, ministers, distinguished guests, I feel obliged to begin this meeting with the shocking news that in Italy, a 57-year-old school teacher has been stabbed this morning in front of her school by a 13-year-old student of hers. Allow me to send from Paris my sympathy to the teacher and my best wishes for her recovery. Yesterday, another violent attack against teachers happened in Mexico, and a few weeks ago here in France. This is something we all need to reflect as violence in schools is increasing in many countries and is becoming a worrying issue. We have to reflect on using of the social media by youngsters. Coming back to the core of our meeting today, let me stress that Italy has placed the fight against educational exclusion at the center of its national agenda, in full alignment with SDG 4. We consider education not only a fundamental right, but a cornerstone of social cohesion, economic growth, and active citizenship. We have moved from fragmented actions to a truly systemic and multi-level governance model, integrating education, social and territorial policies. Our approach is data-driven, results-oriented, and designed to ensure that no student is left behind. A key strength of our strategy lies in the strong synergy between national investments and European instruments. We have invested over 800 million euros in mentoring and tutoring programs, strengthening basic skills and expanding learning opportunities for students at risk. We have reformed our national orientation system, introducing structural guidance and the role of teacher tutors, as well as the use of a digital platform which serves as a single access point for students and families. These efforts are enhanced by digital innovation and artificial intelligence, enabling personalized and inclusive learning experiences tailored to educational needs. A central pillar of our action is Agenda Sud, addressing long-standing territorial disparities in southern Italy by combining early and continuous intervention, strengthening basic skills, extending learning time, and promoting personalized teaching, alongside full-time schooling, extracurricular programs, and summer initiatives. We are tackling inequalities at their roots and creating more inclusive, engaging schools. Evidence from Invalsi shows clear improvements in learning outcomes in southern schools participating in this program. At the same time, we have reformed technical and vocational education pathways, creating a continuum from secondary education to tertiary sector, providing all students with greater opportunities for employment and ensuring no one is excluded from education and training pathways. Enrollments have doubled, reflecting growing engagement and trust in these programs. Our institutes for tertiary education, ETS Academy, represent another key pillar. From an international perspective, we are investing in the global dimension of education policies in synergy with Piano Mattei, a cooperation initiative of the Italian government with African countries. We are strengthening international cooperation agreements in technical and vocational education, enhancing mobility opportunities and teacher training, and fostering stronger connections between education system and strategic economic sectors. These combined efforts are delivering measurable results. Early school leaving has decreased to 9.8% in 2024 compared to 14.2% in 2022. This demonstrates that an integrated, inclusive and forward-looking approach can serve as a global model for building sustainable and resilient education system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Excellency, for sharing the experience of Italy to fight against education exclusion, which I noted has allowed decrease of dropout rate from 14% to 9%. Very impressive. It shows how political leadership combined with system-level strategy can drive education exclusion. So let us now turn to contexts where policy must respond directly to evidence emerging from national realities. So for this, I turn to Minister Tovella. Mozambique has recently concluded a study on out-of-school children, providing greater clarity on both the scale and nature of the challenge. What policy interventions are now being implemented to address the findings of this study? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to be here. I would like also to say thank you to UNESCO to represent our country in this high-level debate of policies addressing challenge of out of children's schools. What I would like to say, in Mozambique, our challenge focus on distance of school. We are talking about the distance from home to school. We're talking about the course of education. We talk about the infrastructure also. We're talking about the early marriage, children labor. We talk about the gender stereotypes. And also we have challenge, like we need more teachers. And another thing is difficult of adaptation in school because we have Portuguese as a second language for majority of kids in Mozambique. So what we are doing, but I would like to say that what we see that it's really improve and maintain our kids in school is school meals. We have to provide school meals for all kids. So this can maintain our kids in school. But as a government, what we are doing now is expansion on the preschool. So we in this district that we calling that is, you have more problem because we are facing also problem coming in the, as a reason of climate change. So this affect more districts. So we begin with the districts that we're facing a problem. And another thing that we are doing is we upgrade primary education to, we are talking about the basic education from grade 1 to 9. We're providing all materials, but we're still feeling that we have another course, like clothes and other materials. We provide books, provide the uniform for our kids, but we still have challenge. Because we realize that our kids drop out to school from grade 3. We are talking about the kids around 8 years old. And what's make difference really is school feeding. We distribute also the bicycles for girls to facilitate access. And we got another program that include the monitoring kids, you know, the student that in the level 9 to 12, they used to teach another kids, so to help him to improve technology and competencies. We promote also, we are focused in the same area. We are working with another partners in science, maths, and primary education. We work also in chemistry, physics, and another discipline in the subjects also in the secondary education. But what's really make a difference is to provide the books and the school meals at school.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Senora Ministra. I think you have a shared experience of Mozambique where the data can act as a catalyst. Because after this study, you have expanded school meals, preschools, and also the distribution of school materials, bicycles for girls. So it shows that the data can actually shape the targeted response to the situation. So thank you so much again. And so we now turn to the context where multiple systemic barriers must be addressed simultaneously. And for this, I will switch to French. Madame Ambassadrice.
Madame Ambassador, Haiti is confronted with many obstacles to access to education. what have been the intersectoral policies that have proved the most effective to ensure that all children, including from vulnerable areas, be able to go to school, and what what favourable conditions have underpinned the successful reform? Thank you, Madam. Haiti is the country of resilience. We are going through very difficult times, but the Haitians are seeking to reduce the non-schooling of children, notwithstanding difficulties arising from natural disasters and lack of security. In 2018, over 600,000 for 5 to 15 year-olds, over 1 million children did not have access to education. What is happening at present? According to our data, 1 out of 7 children in Haiti is not at school. Now, this is an improvement for us. 2 million children may well drop out. 1,600 schools are closed or have been destroyed. Many others are being used as temporary shelters for displaced families. Some have been occupied or looted by armed gangs. A new factor of dropout from school is the recruitment of youths by the gangs. The government of Haiti, with the support of its partners such as UNICEF and UNESCO, is keeping the system alive through various actions. Schools have been reopened, over 50 schools in the Tiboulet department. The alternative education programs have been established: mobile classes, community schooling, distance learning, temporary learning spaces at special reception centers. Emergency school kits have been distributed. Psychological support provided. In November 2025, in order to strengthen the education effort in northeast of Haiti, the European Union and UNESCO signed a partnership agreement for 3 million euros. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. And of course, we can well imagine just how difficult the situation is in Haiti. And yet, despite this, you have shared with us the way your flexible approach with mobile classes, temporary learning spaces, online learning. So thank you so much.
Let's move to the situation where continuity of education must be preserved under rapid change. And for this, Deputy Minister Sivejan, if I may ask you, Armenia has established a comprehensive policy framework to ensure immediate educational access to displaced and vulnerable children. What specific policy mechanisms were implemented to guarantee continuity of learning during crisis? And what were the critical enablers of this success? Over to you.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, first of all, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to share our country's policies and experience. Our country is undertaking extensive, large-scale efforts to support all groups of children who are out of school or at risk of being excluded from education. In the autumn of 2023, when approximately 21,000 children were displaced from Karabakh to Armenia, rapid and comprehensive measures were organized to enroll these children in schools immediately, regardless their availability of their documents and differences in curricula. Schools also implemented pedagogical, psychological support programs to ensure the children's full inclusion and active participation in the learning process. Today, although all of these children attend schools and kindergartens, and with the support of state, they are continuing their studies in vocational and higher education institutions. Children at risk of being excluded from education or late enrollment also include those with developmental differences, difficulties, and children from socially vulnerable families. Our country implementing large-scale initiatives to ensure that these children are included in education from an early age. For these groups, the cost of preschool education is fully covered by the state budget, which does not create an additional financial burden for families and encourages the inclusion of children who often face developmental and learning challenges. These efforts naturally continue throughout school and post-school education. All educational institutions in Armenia now implement inclusive education. The country has transitioned toward a system comprehensive, nationwide inclusive education. Within this framework, all teachers, staff have been retrained, curricula revised, and school facilities adapted to accessibility standards. A substantial system of pedagogical and psychological support has been established to provide ongoing assistance to students with diverse learning needs. This approach has enabled the majority of children with special educational needs to be included in mainstream schools. Currently, more than 9,000 children with special needs attend general education school, while approximately 400 children attend specialized schools. Extensive efforts are underway to ensure that smooth integration of these children into mainstream schools. Meanwhile, the 6 remaining special schools are gradually being transformed into resource centers, directing their expertise and knowledge towards strengthening inclusive education nationwide. Through these comprehensive measures, Armenia demonstrates a sustained commitment to ensuring that all children, regardless their background, development, or social circumstances, have access to quality, inclusive education and the opportunity to fully participate in learning throughout their educational journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. You have shared how you managed to rapidly respond to the children, displaced children, with the continuity of pedagogical, not only pedagogical, but also psychosocial, and also inclusive education with the state budget of Armenia. So that is very remarkable, and thank you so much. So let us now look at the data-driven models that can systematically identify and support those most at risk. So for this, I turn to Dr. Patrovat. Thailand's Equitable Education Fund has gained global recognition for the data-driven approach. What are the distinctive policy features of this model that have been most effective in identifying and supporting the hardest to reach learners? And how does this model ensure long-term sustainability?
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. Thank you so much for inviting us here. I would like to start with giving the credit back to the UNESCO. If you remember, in 2016, there was an initiative by the UNESCO to issue the ASEAN Declaration for our school children and youth. And from that time onward, our collaboration between ASEAN member states has been provide the momentums to our school children and youth agenda. EEF is one of the organizations that benefit from such an initiative. We try to match the data of the individual record. We have a civil registration number for everybody reside in Thailand, and we match that with the registration number in every school across 30,000 schools across the country. And we found that 1 million of children between age 3 to 18 are out of school. This 1 million number challenge a number of beliefs. Many people disagree that we don't have that many number of out-of-school children. However, data is very powerful when you try to explain it to everyone. With our attempt to explain to the government and the private sector, we finally received some supports. For example, the private sector, there was a listed company in the Stock Exchange of Thailand issue the social bond for over 100 million baht with 3% of coupon rate for 3 years of duration to finance zero dropout program in Thailand. When the private sector initiate their own responsibility, the government follows. We then successfully put this agenda to the cabinet, and the Thai government issued a cabinet resolution that now we gonna achieve, set the goal for zero dropout. That's what we call the Thailand Zero Dropout Policy Goal. With that 4-year landmark goals, every governmental agency start to support this kind of initiative. And everybody start to understand through the data that out of school children and youth is not all about education obstruction. It's all about also about health, about social work, about so many other kind of factors. So multiple agencies start to follow, and many agencies start to get the budget to work on the out of school children and youth agenda. So I think to conclude this kind of movement, starting with the data, we then achieve what we're trying to do is to try to achieve the education for all. But we can't achieve that without all for education. So it's going back to 35 years ago when UNESCO again came to Thailand to start this declaration for education for all in Jomtien. And it's like a full circle that when we start trying to achieve education for all, we need to finally bring everybody, all means all, to support education for all with the data as an instrumental policy instrument. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Patra. That was a brilliant example of how precision in identifying learners can be matched with the precision in the response to the situation of out-of-school children and translating into meaningful outcomes. So let me wrap up the first round and moving on to the second round, where we now look at the policy adaptation to system strengthening. So how have countries ensured that learners not only enter school, but remain, learn, and succeed? And I think it also relates to Stefania's opening remarks on the process of the exclusion and inclusion. So, what financial institutional coordination mechanisms ensured sustainability beyond initial policy adoption? So, turning to you, Señora Ministra, de nuevo. Ensuring retention requires more than education policy alone. Señora Ministra. What cross-sectoral coordination mechanisms has Mozambique established to prevent dropouts, and how are additional strategies such as school meals or cash transfers being integrated to support vulnerable learners? You have already mentioned a part of this, but if you could go a bit further. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like also to underline that in primary education, in another way, we are using the women teacher, because it's work like a model for our kids. So can maintain our girls and schools. And we are going maybe also to underline that in the primary education, we are going, now when you talk about gender, we got a parity and in primary education. So for us, it's really it's like wow, it's a progress what we are achieving in primary education. So when we talk about the mechanism, what I think that it's maybe can be good for us is we have to have something that multi-sectoral coordination is what we got now. To prevent, also to look at school and to have some responses like a problem like a violence in schools, to integrate another sector like health. We talk also about the social action, justice. So this is like a center that as a Minister of Education we are working with. Another thing that we think that we can make some difference at school is we need more financing to the, I focus also really in the school meals because we saw that we can get difference. So we need more. What we are doing is less than 10% of schools. We are talking about 40,000 schools in Mozambique in primary education. We start in primary education, but we need more. We need to provide meals for our kids to maintain them in school. This make really difference. And on another hand, maybe to focus also and what we are doing that is making difference. We got some partners for in the area of Tibet. So we provide all materials for our girls in Tibet areas. So this also maintains our kids. We talk about the kids from 14 to 7 years old. So they conclude in this area, so it make also the difference. And the challenge also is really financing to some areas that it's relevant in education. This is make difference. So, but also I would like to underline that as a country, we have another, from 26 to 29% as a national budget is for education, but it's not enough. So we are talking about the quantity. It's not enough to cover all what we need. So all needs in education. This is a real challenge for us because we're providing books for our kids. It's not possible to let them buy it. And also we need better condition. And we still have another challenge because what we are focused now is it's not possible to focus on everything. We try to provide the better condition in schools, but we still have around 10,000, we talk about the 10,500 of classes out of room. So it's really a challenge for us. We need to build more schools, we need everything. But what makes difference, what I underline, what I'm running for is school meals. We need to put meals at school for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci. Muito obrigada, Senhora Ministra. So the efforts of Mozambique, especially to achieve gender parity through recruiting more female teachers, collaborating with social action and justice, and then also expanding school meals is your ambition with the state budget that are being allocated to the education sector. So now we want to look at how data systems support this continuity at the individual level. So once again, Deputy Minister Suvajan, how has Armenia strengthened its data and monitoring systems to ensure that learners not only enter school, but remain and succeed? And how does your early warning mechanism function and what support is provided to those schools?
In Armenia, significant attention and resources are being devoted to the digitalization of all education-related processes, which allows for transparent, accurate information management and enables early identification and prevention of potential problems. A key initiative in this effort is the system for identifying and referring out-of-school children, which is fully integrated into the National Education Management Information System. This system enables biannual analysis of school-age children data, allowing authorities to detect children who are out of school. Identified data are sent to the relevant governmental agencies, which then carry out our targeted interventions to locate and reintegrate these children into the education system. Our latest monitoring data shows that about 2% of school-age children are dropping out at this moment in 2026. For children identified as being at risk of dropping out, supplementary measures are implemented to ensure their return to education. Our analyses have shown that the largest group of children at risk of being out of school include those who enrolled late in primary education or who did not continue their studies in secondary education. Accordingly, large-scale efforts directed toward these groups. Thanks to these policies and interventions, last year, a substantial number of children who would otherwise have started school a year later were successfully enrolled. Particular attention is also given to secondary and vocational education, because after completing lower secondary school, children may continue their studies in high schools or vocational institutions. At both primary and secondary levels, educational quality programs have been introduced, and with special focus on development of teaching staff capacity. A system of incentives and recognition for education has been implemented, resulting in an annual increase of around 15% students' enrollment and engagement, especially in upper secondary level. Through digitalization, the Ministry of Education monitors admission and participation across kindergartens, schools, and vocational institutions, allowing authorities to follow each child's educational trajectory, assess learning progress, and proactively prevent dropouts. This system ensures the interventions are timely, targeted, and effective, significantly reducing the risk of children being left off education system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister. That was a very, very concrete example of how data can be used as an early intervention instead of just a retrospective analysis. So it's impressive how you managed to increase the enrollment of upper secondary school children by 15% by this mechanism. Thank you so much. Now, let us now turn to how integrated systems bring all these elements together in real time. And again, looking at Thailand for this one. Dr. Patrawat, how has Thailand integrated data systems and enabled real-time tracking about school and at-risk learners? And how has this supported coordination across local authorities and private sector?
Thank you so much. So continue from the story I shared with you earlier. When we matched the data and found 1 million children across the country, we then transferred that data into a smartphone application to the village volunteer and health volunteer that they reside across the country. And then we asked them with the governance structure of the provincial governor to knock the door and try to ask each and individual child and the household that what is the main reason why they're dropping out from school, what are things they need to be able to go back to school. And with that kind of community-based practices is really effective in identifying the needs and then bring them back to school. However, we have to share that nearly 2/3 of them reject the offer to going back to school. Many of them share our story that the experience for the exclusion from the beginning still leave some scar within themselves, and they need to have a multiple source of help. Some of them also include the expert from the health and other ministry. So we try to do the right thing with this kind of children. Maybe they're not the case that they need to go back to school, but they need a more flexible learning opportunity, which is something I can hear from UNESCO report as well, that the future of out-of-school children is the flexible learning. Some of them also require that they need to earn a living while study. So we need to have a more tailor-made kind of education experience for this group of population to make sure that we can include them back to the learning pathway. And they also have a different kind of education goal. You can see from the report that in Thailand we have about 35 or 33% of university enrollment throughout the population. That is only about 1/3. So the other 2/3 of the youth population, they don't want to actually go to the university, but they still want education to be the equalization tools for them to move out from poverty. So we need to find the effective way to bring community-based practices, private sector, and also government agencies to work together and conduct a individual-based plan. This kind of technology and also an online or any kind of hybrid opportunity will be effective for this population group. And we try to develop many innovation in Thailand at the moment. Some of the innovation we call a learning passport, that everybody can collect the credits from inside the system, or also the community-based program or skill training from the Ministry of Labor or any other ministry, and they can put together and translate into a resume or a CV to apply for jobs, apply for the higher degree university or as equalization. So this is the approach we are trying to do, try to find a flexible way to include everybody. The equity in our definition is not that everybody gets the same version of education, but everybody gets what they need to achieve full potential for their education journey, and that's how we try to work here. And we would love to hear and learn from other countries that have shared the same experience with Thailand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patrawat. I love how your system starts from data and then go to door-to-door service to the service to the parents, and then link to the respective ministries to provide response, and again to the next pathways of education. So thank you. So it's a brilliant example of fully integrated system based on data and then to the response. So now we'll go to the third and final round where we look at the post-2030 agenda. So as we look beyond 2030, we must move away from isolated policies toward integrated principles that ensure equity and sustainability. So, Madame Ambassadrice, de nouveau pour
once again for Haiti, to guarantee that equity is a permanent feature of the system. How is Haiti shifting from isolated reforms to integrated policies in its system? In Haiti, education is free, but 80% of schools are actually private. The state, therefore, is working to bolster its ability for regularization, for monitoring these schools to make sure that there is equity across all parts of the country, particularly in rural areas and where access is difficult. Since the 2019 educational directive, we've seen unequal progress. We've got a 45% illiteracy, but with the BID, with UNESCO and other partners, we've come up with a new 2030 forward-looking plan. It's the 10-year education plan for training by 2030, and this plan is designed to overhaul the education system so as to better reach our develop a sustainable, inclusive socio-economic development goals. There are different chapters within this plan, such as, for example, the rehabilitation and reconstruction of school buildings, free compulsory enrollment for all pupils aged 6 to 16, and a greater focus on vocational education and training. Scholarships for secondary education should also facilitate access to higher levels of education, greater funding for STEM, and extracurricular activities to be included. The Haitian state is fully aware that out-of-school phenomenon is linked to poverty and is working to create better articulation between education and social policy on the other hand. Educational initiatives are connected with social support policies, and the issue of school meals is also receiving attention, particularly via working with rural families and poor families, and families and households in emergency situations are the subject of a special focus to ensure continued schooling. We also have set up psychosocial counseling in national planning structures. We have remedial classes and informal education policies for the most vulnerable children. These have been set up with notable efficacy. Thank you very much, Madam Ambassador. So we have duly noted Haiti's efforts to ensure greater inclusiveness for all of the school-age children, and to boost school canteens, vocational training, and the state's proactive stance on raising access and equity. Thank you.
To the global perspective. Finally, Minister Valditra, as a high-level steering committee looks toward post-2030, how can the global community transition from isolated interventions to systemic principles, such as robust monitoring and crisis-responsive structures?
Thank you. Strengthening international cooperation must be our starting point. By sharing national experiences, countries can move from isolated interventions to integrated approaches that combine innovation, inclusion, and skills development. The ministerial meeting on education of the G7 I convened in 2024 stressed the need for enhanced international cooperation, particularly with the African continent. To enhance motivation and understanding of the purpose of learning, Italy involved the students in activities, giving voice to the youth, also with the first G7 of young students, in the belief that their involvement can drive a significant transformation in education systems. I also stressed that educational pathways must become increasingly personalized and adaptive, capable of responding to diverse learning styles and cognitive rhythms. Flexible environments combining advanced digital tools, artificial intelligence, and innovative pedagogies can effectively support every learner. In this context, Italy has launched large-scale pilot initiatives on the use of artificial intelligence in schools to foster personalized and inclusive learning. These actions are developed within a clear framework of national guidelines and ethical safeguards. Digital inclusion and equity must remain central. Investments in infrastructure and teacher training are indispensable to ensure that artificial intelligence and advanced technologies reduce social, linguistic, and territorial disparities. At the same time, it is essential to preserve a balanced approach between analog and digital learning. Reading on paper, handwriting, and reflective thinking remain fundamental for cognitive development, memory, and critical thinking, ensuring that technological innovation strengthens the quality of learning. Partnership with the private sector, local communities, international organizations, and the research institutions are essential to strengthening technical and vocational education and addressing skills mismatches in the labor market. School-to-work pathways, apprenticeships, and mentorship programs foster innovation, practical skills, and global competencies. Through enhanced international cooperation, these models can be scaled globally, promoting mobility and stronger alignment between education and employment systems. Finally, education systems must evolve toward fully crisis-responsive structures. This entails ensuring continuity of learning during emergencies and fostering in students a strong sense of civic responsibility, preparedness, and prevention. In Italy, we have established clear national guidelines that support the teaching of civic education, ensuring that young people are equipped with critical capacities needed to actively participate in society. At the same time, we developed structural plans to ensure educational continuity for students coming from conflict-afflicted areas such as Ukraine and Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. So I also appreciated how Italy is involving young students to also lead the change with spearheading also on the digital aspect and including inclusion not only on social wealth, but linguistic and territorial as well. And you have also highlighted the private-public partnership and the importance of civic education. So that also shows the importance of coherent system-wide approach, not just one intervention, but the whole system-wide intervention. So thank you so much once again, distinguished panelists, for such an inspiring discussion. And believe it or not, we did manage to stick to our time slot. So I will now move to the wrap-up and conclusion. So I think what we have heard today is not a collection of isolated efforts, but the outline of coherent global direction. So today's discussion has made one thing unmistakably clear, that education, meaningful change in education is not accidental, but it is engineered. So we have heard that political leadership accompanied by governance clearance can open doors that seemed once shut. And also targeted financing can ensure that the most vulnerable children are not left behind. And we have also learned that data-driven accountability allows system to not only identify, but also to respond and adapt. And system flexibility can enable to provide students and meet the learners where they are. And these lessons are fully aligned with the findings and evidences from the GEM report, and also UNICEF's evaluation on expanding access and pathways to learning. But we have also heard clearly during this panel that access is not a mandatory step. Access is a mandatory step, but not the finish line. And that our goal must be meaningful participation, our goal must be strong learning outcomes, and our goal must be systems that do not just include, but ensures that each child can thrive. And this also requires a shift from isolated interventions to system-wide integrated approach that was shared by several ministers. Thank you very much. And also from short-term interventions with short-term gains to more long-term structural change. And also from national level efforts alone to the global shared responsibility. And I think the high-level steering committee has a critical role to play on this because it can set direction, and it can also share evidences that works, and encourage countries to exchange with one another. And because when the collaboration works, then the progress accelerates. And I would also like to call for the renewed commitment to the Global Out-of-School Children Initiative, so that we can join hands across countries and agencies to tackle this unfinished business. So thank you once again so much for this inspiring panel, and we hope to be able to continue this policy dialogue from now on. So thank you so much.
Tomoko, Your Excellencies, thank you very much for such a great session and a great panel. And on that note, we've earned for ourselves a very well-deserved break. I would invite our honorable ministers to join the work lunch, which will be on the 7th floor. And for the rest of us, we will convene back here at 14:30 or 2:30 p.m. For the continuation of this power-packed lunch event. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Bon appétit. I think Laura was saying she wanted me to meet someone. Yes, welcome back. Please, can we all take our seats? And thank you very much. Break is over. Can we all kindly take our seats as we get into the next set of power-packed series of engagements as part of this launch day? Please, thank you. This afternoon, we are going in depth into the recommendations of the report, the foundations of our education systems by exploring the different themes, actors, education levels, and pillars covered in the 2026 GEM report. A reminder for those connecting online that we have interpretation in 6 UN languages and that you can join online discussions with the hashtag #YourStoryCounts. How many of you have used the hashtag #YourStoryCounts? No hands in the room. Please, as a Gen Z myself, and I know that everyone in this room is a Gen Z, please use hashtag #YourStoryCounts to share your educational stories or the stories of anybody at all that you know. Hashtag #YourStoryCounts. The next panel offers a slight different perspective. This is the first time that rather than inviting ministers to stage, we are inviting representatives of multilateral and regional organizations to share what has worked from global education agendas and their hopes for the future. The panel will be moderated by Manos Antoninis. Manos, the floor is yours. Thank you. You can do better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua, and welcome back. We're glad to see you back in this room. And as he explained, the idea of this first panel is to bring essentially our brothers and sisters in other organizations that live every day with the concern of how to bring countries together, how to make international agendas work, and how can we do that for the benefit of countries. So we have 3 specific questions. First, to reflect on the need and the evolution of the global education agendas, or sometimes regional education agendas for some of our speakers, and their impact in improving access and equity in the last 25 years. And then secondly, to reflect, based on those lessons, on the principles and vision that if we're lucky enough, and I hope we all work towards that direction, to have an agenda beyond 2030, what should that direction be? And finally, critically, because that's, as you probably saw from the presentation also in the morning, the thing that we care most about is how to highlight the role that countries can play in leading, shaping, and contextualizing global education targets, and maybe start from the bottom up to shape that agenda. So the speakers on the panel that are going to join me here now are, first of all, Lucia Dell'Angelo, who is the Deputy Director from the Directorate of Education and Skills for the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. Thank you, Lucia. Margarita Focas-Licht, who is the Head of Partnerships for the Global Partnership for Education, Partnership Square. And next is Stefan Hermans, who is the Director of Policy Strategy and Evaluation, Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, our beloved A4, I think, or A. And Tomoko Shibuya, who you saw in the morning, moderating the steering committee panel on out-of-school children. Tomoko is the Senior Education Advisor in UNICEF. Thank you. And finally, Dr. Mohammed Al-Makbel, Director General of, what I don't see, I think. Oh yeah, there he is, of the Arab Bureau for Education for the Gulf States, which is known as ABEGS. Thank you so much. So please, a warm welcome to all our speakers. So we have 2 questions, and we have decided to split them in the sense that 3 of you will be asked the first question, and 2 will be asked the second question before concluding. So in the first round, which we will invite Lucia, Tomoko, and Mohammed, we're going to reflect a little bit on the agenda. So over the past 3 decades is the question. The world has issued and renewed promises to get every child, regardless of their background, into school. And there has been progress, as you saw in the morning. More children are now in school and graduating, yet the number of those who are not still is too high to leave us untouched by that situation. So how can we strike a balance between recognizing genuine global progress, which there is, but also confronting the uncomfortable truths about why education systems continue to fail a large number of disadvantaged young people? And what lessons can we draw from your own organization's experience in supporting countries to sustain reforms over time? So over to you, and you have about 4 to 5 minutes to share your thoughts.
Thank you, Manos, and congratulations for the report. I'm really happy that I was part of one of the issues of the GEM report, and so I'm glad to be here now in another position as Deputy Director of Education for OECD. As you know, OECD produces several flagship surveys that helps to monitor SDG4. And I'm just going to talk about 3 and the important data that they provide us. One is Education at a Glance, which provides system-level data such as enrollment rates, completion rates, funding distribution, early childhood education participation, and access and completion of tertiary education. But of course, we have PISA that collects data on learning outcomes, but also student-level data such as socioeconomic status, gender, migration, background, language spoken at home, and I'm going to talk about it because it can be a really problem for equity in schools, and school resources. And then we have TALIS, which collects data from teachers, and we can see problems of equity in this report. For example, many countries report that less experienced teachers are allocated to the most difficult and challenging schools environment. So we can see that equity is still an issue in different levels of education system. Our data confirms that the progress on access to education, particularly beyond compulsory education or compulsory schooling. Enrollment for 3 to 5 years old in early child education rose 5% from 2013. And so we have more children now that have the chance, and we collected this kind of data also on PISA reports. If students that take the test have been enrolled in early child education. And of course, there is a positive correlation for those students that have been in early child education or not. But tertiary attainment almost doubled in 25 years among young adults, which of course is it's good news. But then you say it went from 27% to 48% in 2024. So the reaction was that, oh, almost half of young adults now have access to tertiary education. But when you disaggregate this number, 48%, you see that only 26% of students whose parents didn't complete secondary education and therefore are reported being low in socioeconomic status, compared to 70% of students whose parents completed tertiary education. So, of course, we can see progress, but still social and economic conditions are preventing all students to learn and to get the skills that they need to get higher earnings in the job market. So we create this cycle of repetition and duplication of inequalities that happen so often in education system. So we need not only quality data, but strategies to turn this data into visibility, to be able to ask the question, who is not learning, who is out of schools, what are the needs, the specific needs of young people that are out of schools. And they, of course, change from one country to the other. So we need to be able to, of course, have the number, have the statistics, but to be able to attach meaning to that. And that differs from one country to the other. So we have to be really aware. And of course, I know that the next GEM report is going to be about quality and learning, but I think there are so many equity issues when we look who is learning at schools and who is not learning and dropping out at a very early stage. I was surprised to hear this morning about Mozambique that there is dropout in grade 3. So they are and we need to think the relevance of schools, the relevance of our curriculums, why young people that have access are now leaving schools and not coming back. So we have to rethink education, we have to rethink what we are offering to these young kids that are dropping out or out of schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me then pass the mic to Tomoko, who's going to give us her perspective from her work in Africa.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Manos, and congratulations from UNICEF as well for the GEM report. It was very interesting and also inspiring to also inform strategies as well. So I think in terms of global education agenda, it is true that more children are in school, gender gaps have narrowed, and what is notable is probably also the recognition that education is a matter of political obligation. It's not a charity, but really the governments have to take responsibility for that, and then also recognition that exclusion is systemic and something to be tackled. So this morning, there were 11 countries altogether that also expressed what they're doing about this. So I think there is progress in terms of that as well. And meanwhile, there's 272 million children who are still out of school, especially adolescent girls, children with disabilities, IDPs, children affected by emergencies and conflict, climate change, minorities. So we need to double down our efforts. So as UNICEF, some lessons that we have learned over the last strategic plans, one of them is that reforms don't endure when they depend on like short-term funding, projects, personalities. But what endures is when it's like really built into the system, financing, teacher support, mechanism, data, accountability, and local capacity. So our strategic shift is really to focus on these. And we have an organization mantra lately that we really need to focus, scale, and impact, and differentiation. So now moving to this differentiation aspect is exactly what you also mentioned. Really, relevance matters. This is the second lesson, that we need to equip children with the foundational skills, transferable skills, digital life skills, but those that matter to the context that they are. Otherwise, they will drop out, and even if they manage to complete, they won't make the most out of the learning that they have acquired. And then the third learning is that resilience is non-negotiable. So in the countries that we work in, crisis is not an interruption, but it is an operational environment. And we heard this morning very powerful words of Maritia from Afghanistan. Children should not be deprived of learning because they happen to be born in that kind of context. So we need to invest in the education system for it to be resilient. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tomoko. And before giving the micro to Mohammed, just to also acknowledge, to return the appreciation and to say that the report would not be at that kind of level of detail if it were not for the work and the efforts of UNICEF, for example. You will see some really fascinating figures that show how successful countries are in targeting resources, financial resources to education through the household survey program of UNICEF Mix. And of course, the OECD sources that you mentioned inform several chapters of the report. It's a very interesting source of information for education at early for young children, which you don't get easily from a global perspective, but gives insights. And also higher education that you started mentioning, although it's slightly on the edge of the topic for this particular panel, but it shows that the richer people also are those who go to a university sometimes twice or have more education. So we double count. In fact, the gaps between the poorest and the richest are even bigger than we sometimes see horizontally. So thank you for all that support, really. And Mohammed, please give us the perspective from the Gulf, which is, and we're grateful for you being here at this very moment. So
thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be amongst you today in the launching of this World Report, and I would like to congratulate you in this very crucial moment for all your efforts. We are only 5 years away from 2030, which is relatively a short period of time. The next phase requires exerting extra efforts, accelerating the pace of developing educational systems. First and foremost, I would like to mention the progress report issued by ABEX, which identified the progress at the educational level in Gulf countries, especially when it comes to achieving SDG number 4. This report did not merely present quantitative data and indicators, it shed the light on how we can transform challenges that countries face into valuable opportunities. It also shed the light on the initiatives launched by all Gulf countries in this regard. In ABEX, what we seek to do is to expand this experience by adding Arab countries into this report so that we can monitor educational realities in different Arab countries. According to the Gulf experience, of course, this experience is aligned with the World Report. We highly benefited as well from the experiences of other countries. I would like to shed the light on 4 main points. Point number 1, when it comes to the inclusivity of education, today we talk about equity, about inclusivity, we talk about a good quality education. According to reports prepared in Gulf countries, we have a 100% rate of school enrollment. And today, what we think about is to improve the quality of our education. Quality is not only for students. Quality education is something that we seek to have for children with disabilities as well. So education is accessible for all of them. However, today what we are focusing on is how to improve quality, the educational quality for children with disabilities or special needs. Also, world countries went through COVID-19. Today, also, our countries are going through a similar crisis, especially certain countries like Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, UAE. They are all struggling with education. However, Educational systems are very strong and robust in the Gulf countries, and this is why all countries and Ministry of Education were capable of moving into digital learning and harvesting technology. So this is why education has gone from normal education to learning, distance learning, and we're able to harness technology in order to do so. Today, ABEX is thinking with all Gulf countries in order to make education accessible for all categories while maintaining a good quality. At the same time, countries or neighboring countries are also facing several crises, like what happened in Syria, for example, in Palestine, in Yemen as well. And all this, of course, will result in having students from these countries in Gulf countries as well. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has more than 500,000 students coming from abroad and learning in the kingdom. The kingdom is providing for them educational services, healthcare services for free, and they also have equal access to educational opportunities in case they go back to their respective countries. Point number 2, we are talking about expenditure and expenses in education.
We do face two problems. The first is related to the mobilization of funding. The second problem is how best to use those funds in order to secure the best efficiency rates. I believe that the most important thing now is the fact that although budgets can be significant, the way of using these funds adequately is the most important factor. Furthermore, there is a new approach of measuring and assessing education itself. The Riyadh ministerial meeting focused on this issue, and this issue is reflected in the Declaration of Riyadh, where there is mention of the need to resort to technology, and it also focused on the need to seek new approaches to prepare students for new job opportunities. Furthermore, there are some subjects that cannot be assessed mathematically or in terms of statistics, such as the strength, the moral strength of students and their adequacy when it comes to the choice of certain subjects. Third, as for AI, I believe that in order to achieve transformation in the future, we have to focus on the best selection of teachers. Teachers should be adequately trained in order to perform these functions. Within ABEG, we have a specialized center dealing with these issues. And indeed, nowadays we have proactive projects in order to see what we will be needing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed, and thank you also for mentioning the more challenging countries in the wider Arab region. In the report, we also have a case study on Iraq, where we see a little increase recently, and it's incredible what a little bit of stability can bring to a country, and of course what war does to education systems. You mentioned, of course, there's 100% enrollment in basic education, but sometimes for younger children there's still some work to do in bringing more, and there are interesting examples around the Arab world and in the Gulf as well. So as I mentioned in the morning, our regional edition on the Arab states will focus on early childhood education, and it's in fact in a partnership with the UNICEF office in Amman. So that closes this first round of questions for 3 of our panelists. So let's come now to Margarita and to Stefan to discuss agendas and frameworks, and of course a very objective perspective for me. Agendas are very important. But I do believe that they help, and I mentioned that in my presentation, develop a common language, comparable data follow after that, and therefore we can also have moved towards a common vision. But it's relatively recent that we actually understood that at the end of the day, countries need to come first, and sometimes from the international perspective, we have been forgetting that, because each country's starting point is very, very important, and also not just the point, but also the way they reach at the next level. So as the 2030 deadline comes closer, and in a context where, as we see, multilateralism, a child of which is also the GEM report, is under strain. There is a need to rethink the shape of the post-2030 agenda if we are to have one. So what global principles should we retain from the SDG 4 framework, and how can we support countries in ensuring that any new education targets we might come up for the future are country-led? Margarita, you have quite some experience in your dialogue with countries, so let's hear what the GPE perspective is.
Thank you. It's working? Yeah. Well, thank you, actually, for asking this question. I really appreciate this opportunity to highlight the need for countries taking leadership around the next global agenda. Country ownership and inclusive policy dialogue are core principles of GPE, and that's because education reforms must be anchored in the realities and voices of those who are closest to the challenges. That means government at central level. It also means middle-tier officials with direct responsibility for implementation. And crucially, it means teachers, youth, parents, and civil society more broadly. And all of these are areas that GPE is we're very engaged in mobilizing partners around reforms. So for the next global development framework, country ownership must be structural. And that means it must embed inclusive dialogue in its design and in its implementation. It should focus efforts on strengthening education systems and mobilizing sustainable financing, and pay close attention to the starting points, as you said, Manos, and the trajectories of individual countries and subnational contexts as well. So this means we need to design the post-2030 agenda through broad and deep consultation, and in a way that ensures genuine, meaningful country ownership on how the agenda is translated into action in each context. In GPE, we've learned some important lessons from our experience with partnership compacts, which mobilize partners around priority education reforms, and which have been organized in over 70 partner countries so far. When these are done well, partnership compacts have demonstrated what impactful country-led reform processes can look like. With governments leveraging perspectives and expertise from different levels and stakeholders of the system to make evidence-based decisions on difficult trade-offs, aligning partners behind prioritized national plans, and being accountable first and foremost to their own citizens. But we've also seen that context matters and that function needs to take precedence over form. And this means taking time, resources, and the particularities of challenges and political economies into account, and adapting effectively to ensure meaningful engagement and meet countries where they are. I'd say we also need to apply the principle of country ownership to how we approach education financing, and that means embedding financing strategies in countries' own fiscal frameworks as well. So the post-2030 agenda needs to link targets with credible fiscal pathways. Public budgets, as we all know, are under pressure. Debt servicing is rising and aid is declining, yet demand for education has never been greater. And this is the paradox that we're facing. GPE's work on sustainable financing pathways developed with G7 partners, UNESCO, UNICEF, OECD, and the World Bank, proposes a fundamental reframe to stop presenting education as a funding gap to fill and start presenting it as a critical investment with measurable returns. And beyond volume, focus on more efficient use of education resources, even in the most challenging contexts. So let me just mention that GPE's 5th financing conference this year is a pivotal moment for the education sector, not just for GPE. It focuses on resource mobilization, not just for the GPE fund, but through domestic education financing, co-financing from other sources like philanthropy and the private sector. And this is a collective opportunity to demonstrate globally how essential and consequential investing in education is at this time. So to conclude, and back to your question, as we design the post-2030 agenda, I think we have opportunities to set new expectations for our own actions. And how change is achieved and monitored must be co-created at country level, working through education systems within each context, not pre-packaged globally and adopted by default. In other words, change cannot be achieved through prescribed frameworks developed with the objective of extracting with ease data and results for global consumption, but through adaptable frameworks that invite inclusive dialogue and adjust to countries' own policy processes and timelines, where countries lead and global partners are enablers and supporters, where regional bodies have a greater role as connectors between global frameworks and national realities, and where co-creation with country-level partners generates opportunities for strengthened capacity at all levels, including our own. Thank you.
Thank you, Margrethe. That's really very important in the sense that we have often put too much emphasis on extracting the data points from countries, and we forget that at the end of the day, development is about making sure that countries have the mechanisms to generate the data for their own use. The use at the global level is a byproduct of a robust system in the country. With that, also maybe I should mention, as GP moves to the 2030 strategy, we had a very good collaboration. GP in the partnership compacts as part of the 25 strategy invited the GEM reports and the UIS to produce the first chapter of their annual results report. And in that, we made sure that the country's benchmarks, the country's national targets on 8 key indicators were featured there, and the progress was part of that monitoring. Targets that countries set for themselves and not others for them. So Stefan, you in the European Commission have been showing the way how to deal with countries, how to make sure that they lead, and you're in the back seat trying to help them move forward. So tell us a little bit more about your perspectives. I know that the global agenda has not always been used very much at the European level, which is sometimes a bit of a missed opportunity, although we did manage to collaborate very well for ensuring that 3 of the indicators that I just mentioned, benchmark indicators, were also European benchmark indicators.
Well, thank you, Manos. And at the end of a report, we have been feeling your pain, but we also know the pleasure at the moment that it is out and it is received. So congratulations to you and your team. But let me first reiterate that as the European Union, we really stand for a rules-based system. I think I would like to underline this here first. And we also fully subscribe to the Sustainable Development Goals. And maybe we are not perfect in your eyes, but we are certainly signed up to it, and we work in an agenda which is very much aligned with the SDG 4. But also important, I think, to underline here is the respect for human rights, the questions around equality, non-discrimination, equal access to quality education that we do have at the level of the European Union, and that we actually do find very important to stand for and to promote. To come to your question, yes, indeed, we are an organization, an institution as the European Commission, where particularly when it comes to education, we have a supportive role. So we have a very close interaction with our member states, and their priorities are our priorities, and our priorities are their priorities. And that doesn't happen automatically, of course. That does mean that you have to engage in discussion. Not only that you work on target setting, but that you also engage together as to how you go and deliver it. And I think very importantly here as well is, when you want to deliver, it is not just in your narrow area of education policy, but you also have to do it in a much more broader socio-economic perspective and agenda as to how you cooperate. So to be very much down to earth and very practical, we do have a working arrangement with the member states where we support one another, and we call this the European Education Area. So this is where we do not only deal with transnational component of education, but also on the quality of education in the member states, the quality of the outcome of the education that we have there. This agenda drives us by a number of targets that we have agreed with one another. So they are agreed by the member states, even if they are EU-level targets. For the time being, we have 7, and yes, there's a lot of alignment with SDG 4. I just want to mention them here. Everything which has to do with basic skills. It's a top priority for all of us within the European Union. Early childhood education and care, of which we have been seeing a positive return on learning outcome of the investment that we have made on that over time. Particularly important also is on early school leaving and how we manage to push that back. Attainment of higher education qualifications, and then clearly also when it comes to vocational education and training and adult learning. But targets are what they are targets. And numbers may tell many things. We also want to be able to understand better. So that's also why we invest heavily in resource-wise and analytical capacity around indicators that help us to get an understanding of it. And obviously from Lucia and her teams and with Andreas, there's a lot of material that is also very valid for what we are doing in particular. But also we keep an eye on the developments that take place in society, developments that take place within the economy, the needs, the adjusting needs that we have within education. So it's not static. And for instance, right now, under the label of what is called the Union of Skills, in which we continue to deepen what I refer to as the European Education Area, for instance, we are pushing a lot harder on an issue very dear to your heart, which is the one on equity. Because we do see that there's a lot of opportunity that is missed because we simply are not good enough of giving opportunities to children or families which are less favorable in terms of the conditions in education, or more socially from that perspective. But for instance, with the world changing around us, the digital transformation, but also when you look more broadly, how are we going to handle climate change? How are we going to handle those big societal questions that we have? And the need for STEM graduates within that. So we're also increasingly putting an emphasis on these domains. But also, for instance, another element that we really believe very strongly in that we need to advance, it is when it comes to citizenship skills, the importance of democracy, the importance of active participation. And that actually starts at school. That starts at school of being able to have, in a respectful way, a dialogue with one another, to be able to disagree with one another in a way that you can build on arguments. That are things that you have to learn in schools. So these are, I think, also very important elements, not just for today, but certainly also for the years to come. And we certainly will also look at that in the post-2030 period. Another element that I would like to deepen a little bit is you have the targets, you have the indicators, and do they work? Yes, they work. They have an impact, but they only have an impact because you do have a joined-up agenda on this. Because it does require change. It does require reform. And we all know saying the word reform is easy. Actually doing it is a lot more difficult. And very often, reform comes with a cost, also financial cost. And this is also where we see, as a European Union, that we can play a role in that, to be able to financially support on that. And that is why, when it comes to education, it is fully integrated in our overall socio-economic agenda and interaction that we do have with all our member states. Just to use a very difficult word for us in the EU, I mean, all those labels that we have, we call it the European semester. But this is really where we put reform and investment together, in which education features. We have a novelty right now, and that is that we address human capital for the EU 27. And that is really about the common interests that we see, the common challenges that we see, and how, by working together, by interacting with one another, that we can actually advance it, and also to put our resources where they are needed for that. And that then leads, and I will close with that, back on the country-specific, because we do also issue what's called country-specific recommendations, where we try to identify spots for improvement around which we can work together, that it actually will be beneficial for the children going to school, will be beneficial for the teachers, but it also will be beneficial for our economy, for our labor market, and for our society. And that's our goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you feel our pain and pleasure at the same time of reaching the publication date, you will probably also sympathize a little bit with that image that we now have on the screen, which I don't know if people can also see in the bigger screen, which is about our final closing brief question. And that is the recommendations we had. And of course, you can imagine how difficult it is for a global report to have global recommendations that apply to all. So we try to stick to basic principles. And I don't know if you can read, if you can remember, but the 4 policy principles that are there with the blue letters are that reforms should, first of all, starting from the bottom, should be national based, should have roots in the countries, because we cannot wholesale import what others do elsewhere. That change takes time. Let's not look at policies that are easy fixes, but those that can deliver results over 10, 15, 20 years. That reforms are not working on their own. They need to be a balanced mix between work on institutions, on supply and demand, and the targeting of financing. So of these 4, for an agenda beyond 2030, or at least from your own organizational perspective, which one would you perhaps single out that resonates with your work? And we don't have that much time, so a brief response would be very, very good. So, okay, let's start in the order that we are seated. Lucia, please.
Effective data to make it visible, because sometimes statistics and averages, when we talk about, really masks inequalities, very important inequalities. So it's not only to collect data, but make sure that we understand what is behind the data, and really we can put a face, a real person behind the average statistics that we have.
You can hear me, okay. I've already talked about localizing and considering context, so I'm going to talk about thinking long-term and recognizing that change takes time, because actually education system transformation takes time, reforms need time to be implemented, and very often in our impatient world we drop reforms before they're fully implemented and we start over with a new one, and that's disruptive to systems, to teachers, to children, to families. And so I think we need to stop thinking in sort of 4-year programming cycles and the cycles for when the funds are available, and really work together to support sustained reform efforts in partner countries, and giving reforms the time to actually work.
Let me focus on refining the monitoring. We do this because we have a teacher dashboard, and we know it is not that easy to come to comparable data on teachers, but that's the way we want to picture it. We're also working on a dashboard on citizenship education. But Manos, if I may, 1 second, I just want to make a quote, okay? Can you agree? Yes, you can, of course. It's a quote from Jean Monnet, one of the founding fathers of the European Union, but I think so applicable to us, certainly today. When you take people from different backgrounds, put them in front of the same problem, and ask them to solve it, they're no longer the same people. They're no longer there to defend their separate interests, and so they automatically take a common view.
So yes, if I have to choose one, mixed policies, but if I can choose a second one, localized policies, because no single reform can succeed on its own, and then also the context matters. And we know that the countries have diverse challenges to face. So that's the response. We need to have the diverse responses that they can also deliver. Thank you.
Okay, I will say in Arabic, there is actually الأولى
The first observation, I believe that within the set policies, we have to stay away from generalities. We have to be specific. We know that world reports should be general. However, the role of international organizations should be the clarification of these generalities. Furthermore, we do need further details concerning the very processes themselves. How can we design the policies? How can we evaluate these policies? How can we be precise? The general concepts contained in world reports, we have to put specific concepts. As for the challenges, the true challenges, they do differ from one country to another, from one region to another. There are specific challenges facing education. The absence of priorities is another factor. Sometimes within the international reports, there might be a general set of priorities, whereas in specific countries, we need specific data. Data should reflect the variables we are witnessing nowadays. I believe that the report submitted so far is very useful, and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for your really very pertinent interventions. I realize we're out of time. I was also touched. Myself, I owe my university education to a Jean Monnet funding from the European Union, which I think helped open my eyes to these comparisons. So I hope we can serve, we will continue to serve from this report the needs of countries to get what they want, get what they need, and put it to good practice themselves. Thank you so much. Please.
Thank you very much, Manos, and all the panelists. Great panel session, of course. And we'll swiftly go into our next session for the panels. And now it's time for us to discuss one of the most important aspects of access, which is financing. To introduce the critical role of education financing mechanisms, in ensuring access to inclusive and equitable education to all, I would like to give the floor to Manos again for a brief presentation. After his presentation, Fabricia Devins, Senior Education Specialist from IIEP, will be invited to take the floor. Over to you, Manos.
Thank you, Joshua. And really very brief presentation so that we can move to the session. A reminder, essentially, and I hope the slides will come on the screen, of the two brief points I mentioned in the presentation in the morning. We looked in this report on the issue of financing for equity. Equity is achieved through really several different tools and policies, but just specifically for this report and for our peer website, we looked at financing in particular and 5 mechanisms that countries have at their disposal to reallocate and redistribute resources to benefit disadvantaged regions, schools, and students or their families. So this graph shows from our work that countries have been taking these policy tools much more. They're adopting them in a very widespread way. As you see, the school meals, which is one of the 5 mechanisms, was already at the beginning of the century much more common than the other mechanisms. But these other financial mechanisms have caught up. The one that is perhaps furthest behind is how countries give money to their provinces, regions, states, and expect this allocation to be used to benefit the regions that have some disadvantage. It's politically more complicated, and that's why it may be happening less. But it is also growing. So countries are using formulas to reallocate resources to where they're needed the most. And when we compile the 200 profiles for all education systems in the world, we then moved a step forward. It's not easy, but essentially we asked, does a country have a mechanism that is equity-oriented, each one of these 5 mechanisms? What is the coverage? How many people does it aim to reach? Because there's huge variation. We selected the largest initiative for every mechanism. And then finally, what is the volume? And countries measure that in very different ways. It's not very easy to compare, but we tried our best to make that comparable. So we assigned 3 points for each of one of these dimensions. And then we compiled the 5 mechanisms and developed this index that you see here, where essentially we have classified countries at 4 levels of emphasis in equity across all 5. And we reached the conclusion that less than 10% of countries, and mainly richer countries, which of course can afford much more than low-income countries, most of which are at the end of their distribution because they often don't have the resources to share. But at least you get a true global perspective. So with that brief introduction, I think we can now move to the panel, and I understand Fabricia will come and take over. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Hello, everybody, colleagues.
Very insightful presentation on the equitable financing index. So it's a real pleasure for me to moderate this discussion on equitable financing in education, because it's really a topic that is both highly technical and deeply political, and central to whether education systems can deliver on equity. And what clearly emerges from the discussion since this morning is both progress and a persistent gap. And for me, the real question is not only whether policies exist, but whether they are strong enough, targeted enough, and effectively implemented to reach the most in need. And what is particularly valuable in this GEM report, and especially through the Education Equitable Financing Index, is that it pushes up to look beyond the education budget alone, and also to consider the broader ecosystem of policies that shape equity, including social protection. And at the International Institute for Educational Planning of UNESCO that I represent today, from our work from Ministries of Education, we approach equity in a very practical and system-wide way. First, we look at who actually benefits from public spending across all levels of education, territories and population groups, poor, rich, girls, boys, etc. And importantly, we don't only look at how much is spent, but at how resources are allocated and according to which principle, to gender equality, to equity, to targeting, or performance. In other words, we move from how much is spent to who benefits from it in practice. Second, we support countries in translating equity into very concrete policy and system reforms. This often means working on the core drivers of allocation, such as teacher deployment, student assignment mechanisms, and school-level financing. Because these are the decisions that ultimately shape who has access to quality education. The key lesson from our experience in the countries is clear. Equity requires very concrete allocation rules and governance mechanisms. But at the same time, our experience shows that equity remains difficult to operationalize in many contexts. What we see that is countries face recurring challenges, limited data and targeting capacity. We heard this from the last panel. Coordination and administrative constraints, political sensitivities around differentiated allocation, and increasing budget pressures and cost-effectiveness concerns, which leads to a critical policy question. How do we better target resources without making systems too complex or too costly to sustain? So ultimately, what this discussion highlights is that equity is not only about having mechanisms in place, it is about making deliberate policy choices on how resources are allocated, to whom, and with what level of priority. And this is exactly where I would like to turn to our distinguished panelists. And we are really honored to be joined today by, and I will invite on stage Her Excellency, Son Excellence, Madame Raissa Maludinanga.
Her Excellency, Madame Haudile Malanga, Minister of Education and Citizenship of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Her Excellency, Madame Rowena Candice Ruiz, Vice Minister of Education of the Philippines. Her Excellency, Madame Katia Schweikart, Vice Minister of Basic Education of Brazil. And Mr. Santiago Antonio Roira Gomez, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Education, Vocational Training and Sports of Spain. So thank you all for joining us today and joining the stage. So for this first round of questions, I would like to invite you to reflect on one key findings, key financing mechanism or broader policy approach that you are using to promote equity in your education system. So I will first turn to la République démocratique du Congo. Madame la Ministre.
Democratic Republic of Congo, could you share a specific example of a mechanism or a financing policy that you have established in the DRC and how this reduced inequalities and enabled access to education? Thank you. For the DRC, financing is not just a matter of volume, but it's a tool for redistributing. The first mechanism with us was the rolling out of free primary school education in state schools. So it was to consolidate this reform. The state looks after all the operating expenses of primary state schools, which is paid by the state directly to the schools. In order to guarantee efficiency, we award a free a bonus to teachers, and it's now withdrawn from schools and paid out directly to the teachers to preserve their purchasing power. And this mechanism is one of the key ways of reducing barriers to entry for the poorest families. So according to reports from the World Bank and the RESEN network, financing of education in DRC before 2019 was de facto privatized for the families up to 73%. The switch to free education represents a transfer of purchasing power for households to the tune of $1 billion a year. So through its speed and sheer scale, the policy of social redistribution is the biggest in the history of our republic. The second mechanism is scholarship programs for girls, focusing on the Casal province, which is facing some social economic challenges. These grants are focused on girls. It's two-tier. Part of it goes to the school to look after the tuition fees, and the other part goes directly to the family in order to offset opportunity costs and to encourage schooling by girls. This year, we had approximately 49,000 girls who received the grant, and the criteria meets the criteria for exclusion from poverty. Number two, we're rolling out our school meal program, which has just been launched by the head of government. From September 2026, we will implement the first national school canteen, using food as a driver for ensuring schooling and as a driver for learning, in addition to monetary transfers. So the DRC is part of this, the momentum of this countdown to 2030. The combined use of these mechanisms shows that even in a complex situation, strong political will can transform the architecture of public financing to favor the most vulnerable. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for highlighting the strong political will, which is crucial in implementing the rollout of equity policies.
Mr. Ruiz, same question.
Yes. Yes, so thank you for the question. Good afternoon. But allow me first to thank UNESCO for giving us this opportunity to share to everyone the Philippines' educational reform agenda. I'd also like to share that it came at a very opportune time when, in 2026, the budget for education in the Philippines reached 20% of our national budget and 4.5% of our national GDP. That is the first time that we'd achieved that. There's also an exponential increase of 30% of the budget of education from last year. So we now have 1.38 trillion pesos worth of budget for the education sector. And that's why in the Philippines, I also want to emphasize that we do have a lot of equity financing mechanism. We have conditional cash transfers. We also have transfers to subnational governments. But because the national government is providing mainly the funding for everything about education, I want to focus on two important drivers that we are using. The first one is using nutritional recovery as a driver for equity or access to education. That's the school-based feeding program, which my colleague also earlier mentioned. The second one is school-level financing, or what we call the school MOE, where budgets for the operations of school are directly downloaded to the 45,000 schools in the Philippines. Let me now discuss the first one, nutritional recovery. In the Philippines, our data will show that 6.9% of children ages 5 to 10 are wasted. But more worrisome is that 19.7% of our children ages 5 to 10 are stunted. And if you also further look at our data in terms of poverty threshold, the individuals that is most affected with or living below the poverty threshold are those from the indigenous peoples group. And so we see this as really hampering equitable access to education. And so if we see this as being critical to providing equal access, we need to be able to look at school-based feeding program. The practical effect of which is that parents encourage their kids to go to school because there's free meals. That's a very practical effect, and we've seen this work. And that is why for 2026, we have increased to 107% the funding for school-based feeding program. We are now targeting from 3.4 million children in 2025 to 5.6 million in 2026 and 6.5 million in 2027. Now, it's one thing to provide funding or budget for this mechanism. It's quite another to move the budget along. And that's why we're also providing procurement mechanisms. For the school-based feeding program, we're actually downloading the money to the schools division office, so it's not centrally procured, so we can actually take advantage of local produce. We're now shifting from a mainly nutritional food packs to hot meals, so taking advantage of community canteens as well as local produce, so they are not limited to what the national government can actively and successfully procure. Second, very quickly on school MOE or school level funding or financing, we are now increasing the amount of budget for our 45,000 schools in the Philippines. And this is mainly because we have now shifted from an input-based computation for the budget of schools. Now we are fully implementing in 2026 a normative formula. So unlike before, where schools that are overcrowded and with inadequate resources are actually disadvantaged because they are given just a fixed cost, now we are really considering a lot of variables, such as teacher to student ratio, student to infrastructure, the classroom ratio, such that right now, apart from the increased increased amount of the budget for the schools operation, we have empowered the schools themselves to provide a more customized approach in terms of which of the resources needed need to be prioritized at the school level. However, as with any reform, there are challenges. In the case of school funding or school level funding, we have not really fully successfully eliminated the admin function of teachers, but with that added huge budget, to say the least, for school level funding, we do expect that there is a need for more admin support to be given so that teachers will not have to do the admin work themselves. As to school-based feeding, because as I mentioned, we would now be, we have increased the amount. We have actually expanded the coverage. We're now giving universal kindergarten school feeding program. We also have expanded the days, so we will now be covering the full school days for our learners. That means added capacity and supply constraints that we need to be able to prepare the market for. So I'll pause for that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you, and huge congratulations for the progress and also the investment that you have made on education, and also emphasizing the importance of different mechanisms to put in place, and also that it's not sufficient to give funding to schools, but to accompany and empower them. Thank you for emphasizing that message. I now turn to Honorable Minister Shekhard. I turn to you for the same question to talk about the Brazilian experience.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you again to invite us to share our experiences. Brazil uses all 5 types of mechanisms mentioned by the GEM through different policies. These include transfers to subnational governments, we call Fundeb, transfers to schools, direct support to students, school feeding, and social protection transfers linked to school attendance, we call Bolsa Família in Brazil. For this intervention here, I will focus on transfers to subnational governments. Because it is the most structural, the broadest, and the mechanism that best reflects Brazil's strategy for equity in basic education financing. As you know, Brazil is a federal country and a very unequal one. This means that some states and municipalities have much greater capacity to finance education than others. To address this problem, the country relies on Fundeb, which is the main financing instrument for public basic education. In simple terms, it works as a redistribution mechanism. It pools education resources and allocates them in a way that reduces inequalities among school systems, especially by strengthening those with less financing capacity. In this way, access to basic education is not determined only by the wealth of the place where a student lives. Today, the federal government strengthens this mechanism in 3 ways. First, it allocates more resources to school systems that have fewer resources per student within the fund itself. Second, it looks more broadly at the total financing capacity of each school system, and not only at the fund. And third, it distributes part of the resources based on criteria related to improving management and reducing educational inequalities. Therefore, among the 5 mechanisms identified by GEM, Fundeb is Brazil's main example of a transfer to subnational governments focused on equity. Its role is to reduce financing disparities between states and municipalities and to expand education provision where needs are greatest. An important example is the prioritization of early childhood education, especially in contexts with greater coverage gaps and higher social vulnerability. This shows that financing is not aimed only at distributing resources, but at addressing concrete inequalities in access. We also have an important program to reduce dropout with transfers directly to students, funded from the education budgets. While at anti-dropout, experimental programs have generally failed to increase high school graduation rates, in Brazil, we started PED-MEIA, an innovative educational policy for equity and the protection of school trajectories in secondary education. We have now 4 million students and an investment of more than $2 billion per year, and a recent study indicates that 1 in 4 young people decides not to drop out of high school thanks to PED-MEIA. Where poor youth face high risks of dropping out of high school, the program is targeted at the socioeconomic disadvantaged secondary students and consists of annual deposits in the student's bank account for each year of high school successfully completed, and also monthly deposits for attendance, 80% of attendance a month. Balance accrues interest and can only be fully withdrawn upon high school graduation in 3 years' time, which is the expected duration of secondary education in Brazil. Finally, we have the National School Feeding Program, which consists of the transfer of federal financial resources to serve students enrolled in all stages and modalities of basic education within municipal, district, state, and federal school networks. The program aims to contribute to students' biopsychosocial growth and development, learning, academic performance, and the formation of healthy eating habits through food and nutrition education actions, and the provision of meals that meet their nutritional needs during the school period. The transfer of federal PNI resources is intended to contribute to the service of approximately 40 million students enrolled in all stages and modalities of basic education in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And especially thank you for this comprehensive sets of measures, mechanisms that I understand made some progress in favor of children, and also emphasizing that equity is about addressing concrete inequalities, and you mentioned early childhood education, and also the transfer to students to reduce dropout. So thank you for emphasizing this topic. Now I turn to Mr. Undersecretary Gomez, and I ask you the same question.
Merci. Pues, señor director del informe.
Well, Director of the Info, Manos, where are you? Congratulations. Dear distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, Spain, first of all, would like to welcome this opportunity to take part in this panel. We've been talking about equitable financing, and equity is an extremely topical issue on the international agenda right now. And we want to thank you for the suggestion of the Equitable Financing Index. We think that this is enabling us to move towards a scientific model, a way of gauging whether governments in our respective countries really are adopting measures that will enable us to truly make a difference. They'll help us better deeply understand the way in which financing can reach better results in the fight against inequalities in education. In Spain, we've been doing this with two fundamental instruments. Firstly, in Spain, as in many other countries that could be named here, and we've just heard, for an example, from Brazil, where we have responsibilities in the education sector divided among the central government on the one hand and sub-national governments or autonomous regions in Spain. And the government in Spain has various funding mechanisms that distribute funds to the autonomous regions of Spain. There are public administrations that have the ultimate responsibility to provide the actual services. And on the other hand, the Spanish government has a funding instrument which is directly directed at the families. And what we saw a moment ago up on the slide, up on the screen there, these are public funds that are made up of grants and other kinds of scholarships for study. The Spanish scholarship system is a very powerful lever for ensuring that we can adequately combat inequity in education. And this government, since 2018 going forward, has increased public funding for scholarships and grants in education by 80%. This means that thousands of pupils who would not otherwise have had access to education are given funding directly to their families or to the pupils in order to continue with their studies. Remember that schooling is free in Spain for the obligatory years, and then in the post-obligatory years, those students are able to continue with their studies thanks to these scholarships and grants. We also have cooperation instruments across the different territories, and this can be seen in our equity-oriented policies. For example, the distribution of textbooks, books, and school materials to basically classroom materials. Furthermore, we have a territorial cooperation fund in Spain that is working to ensure greater equity. We have a growing concern in our complex societies today for equity. And there's one more instrument working in this regard that I wanted, which was called Panel Plus. And this is an instrument which is made up of Spanish government cooperation funding mechanism. It's designed for school environments where the outcomes are somewhat less favorable, And it's usually because of the surrounding socioeconomic factors in vulnerable neighborhoods, for example, where we see greater early dropout rates. Here, what we have are policies, public policies from the government of Spain through these different cooperation instruments to ensure local funding where it's most needed. Now, I'm very aware that we're going to run out of time, and I actually myself have to cross the city to get to another meeting, but I did want to draw your attention to just one or two challenges that these instruments entail. I promise I'll be quick, only a couple of minutes. Just 2 minutes, 2 more minutes, I beg you, and then it will just enable me to share with you a couple of challenges. Spain is is working on equity through financing mechanisms, and we feel that this is a demonstration of how designing public policies with distributive financing mechanisms can truly make a difference. And we're doing this hand in hand with what is being done at the European level. It builds greater resilience. In Europe, we have mixed generation funding. The government of Spain has used building on those funds as a way to leverage greater equity, because we feel that this is actually one of the cornerstones of our educational policy. And therefore, we've used hundreds of thousands of EU funds earmarked for Spain for these next generation funds to foster greater education, specifically in equity in education. And these are already bearing fruit. What we have seen, it's still insufficient, but we have seen an ongoing decrease in school dropout rates. And this, we think, clearly demonstrates that our equity-oriented financing problem is that when the government has a consistent funding policy, we can get good outcomes. We have been focusing on early childhood education and childcare. And right from the outset, when you build up all the way through the school system, you get these results. Yes, I will wrap up. It also requires a different cooperation across the different levels of government so that all of these equity-oriented mechanisms can truly be effective. Forgive me for wrapping up so quickly. I know I have to end here, but thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Undersecretary Gomez, for emphasizing the different level of cooperation also needed to reduce inequities. So he already touched upon the second round of questions, and I will ask you to be concise and quick because we're running out of time. So some question about this, to focus on implementation challenges and forward-looking perspective. So Honorable Minister Shekward of Brazil, turn to you for this question on how you will use this index and how it will improve.
Thank you. The EFI, in my opinion, is useful because it helps structure the discussion and allows countries to be compared in terms of how they are designing equity-centered financing mechanisms. It helps show whether these mechanisms exist, what their coverage is, and what level of financial effort is involved. However, the index alone does not capture the full complexity of educational inequality. For example, it does not show which students are in the greatest social vulnerability within each school system, nor which states and municipalities have the lowest real capacity to finance education. For this reason, the EFI should be combined with indicators that allow these inequalities to be seen more clearly and that make it possible to monitor whether financing is actually reaching those who need it most. The main barriers we observe are unequal implementation capacity across territories. For this reason, we recommendation is that instruments such as the EFI should be combined with indicators that can better capture the real inequalities within each country. Okay?
Thank you, Minister. I turn to you, Minister Ruiz, for the same question.
So I want to tackle first what are the barriers for equity, for moving towards equity financing as a policy. I think what I've seen is that awareness is key. So lack of awareness becomes a problem. Lack of awareness not because of indifference or ignorance. It's really more of agencies in the government working in silos. So if you're not aware that inequities lies in terms of how your policies are crafted and designed, you won't be able to really push for equity financing. So that's very, very important. As they say, it takes a village to raise a child, and therefore it takes the whole government, the whole country to actually move forward for access to education, and more importantly, equity financing for education. On the second aspect, it's good to have an index, of course. Peer pressure is always very good. If you see, you're lagging behind your peers in the region, then you become more competitive. However, just a caution for countries that wish to use this as a model or as their North Star, it might lead to becoming prescriptive in the sense that you become more compliant with, with the mechanisms provided in the index. It can stifle innovation. It can stifle in terms of ensuring each of the country provide their own parochial, local approach, which can be very, very useful. Again, there's many ways to skin a cat. It doesn't have to be just one. So just to that point, and that for us to make sure that at the end of the day, with the index or not, we have to make sure that we move towards equity financing as a measure, as a mechanism for us to really provide access to education. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And je vais poser la même question à Madame.
Now, the same question to you, Madam Minister. Yes, thank you. I also wanted to come back to some of the main bottlenecks and challenges. I think one of the main challenges that we have in the DRC is the conflicts that we're suffering in the eastern regions, and it basically siphons off some of our basic resources, and the government is sanctuarizing the social aspects, and so school functioning and the money required for the operations are still a priority in that regard. But equity really is all about lifting barriers, and war should not deprive a whole younger generation of the ability to go to school. And that is why in recent years the enrollment fees and the exam fees have been paid by the government for children from North and South Kivus who've been suffering the war in Eastern Congo. And also, there are special mechanisms in place for children of displaced families, etc. And the government of the DRC has also devised a national strategy for education in emergencies, and this means basically creating temporary learning spaces and other resilience measures, and that is how we have been able to transpose the EFI into concrete measures. And we think that funding is not only desirable, but when facing situations of crisis, it's absolutely crucial going forward. Thank you.
All our panelists for this rich discussion. Merci à tous nos panélistes pour cette riche discussion.
Thank you very much for that rich discussion.
So it's now my pleasure to give the floor to Monsieur Bruno Mesquita-Vallée from UNESCO for the closing remarks. Bruno, je ne sais pas où est-ce que tu es.
I don't know where you are, Bruno. Do you want to come up? Oh, it's Manos who's going to be giving our final remarks.
Please, Bruno, do join us on the panel. Just a quick word to thank the ministers for a really very rich discussion. I think we all learned so much from that. And one point I wanted to raise, we had a discussion at lunchtime, is that this type of exchange is very valuable, And it's something that we are missing. We don't have quite a mechanism where countries can lead dialogue on issues. And I take the criticism, the index is just to motivate a discussion, but really the discussion should be taken on by countries. So we have proposed the establishment of a working group with countries that can discuss the 5 mechanisms, the challenges, the progress, perhaps the evaluation, whether these work and have the results that we want. And we have invited also a couple of countries to co-chair, and I'm happy to share that Brazil is happy to accept to be one of these 2 countries, and we're waiting for a confirmation of the second. And we will be very happy to actually take all these really valuable lessons that you said, and also all of those lessons that your countries have to share, because this is an agenda we really need to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Manos.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Fabricia, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. Thanks, Fabricia, for moderating the session. Thanks for the speakers, for the insightful sharing of experiences. I think when we speak about equity in education, what came very clearly here today in the discussion just now, and what the GEM report also brings this year, is the move from principles into practice. And I think the selection of speakers could not have been more diverse. Different regions, different contexts, different size, populations, income levels. And I think it's such a powerful opportunity to discuss, as Manos just mentioned. And of course, their efforts and the challenges associated with these efforts are very different as well. There are limited resources, there's conflict, there's the need to work around better formulas of distribution. But across the different experiences that we heard today, financing equity is a question of how to redirect the resources more intentionally towards those facing the greatest barriers. So it's a crucial aspect of how the right to education becomes real in practice. Not only as a commitment in principle, but the way the resources actually flow, how they're allocated, and ultimately how they become, how they're delivered. So it brings me to a second point from the discussion today, that equal funding does not mean equity. As Brazil said this morning, funding policies cannot be neutral. And the details that you shared today now on Fundeb and PED-MEA, they're crucial examples of directed equity policies. Likewise for Spain's policy on providing additional targeted support for schools in vulnerable areas. So while reaching the most marginalized learners will cost more, it's obvious, the long-term social and fiscal costs of not doing it are even higher. And the Philippines' point on school feeding programs as an intersectoral mechanism that brings not only children to school, but also support their health and well-being, it's such a crucial aspect of this point as well. Because in the short term, when governments do not meet that cost, they don't disappear, they are usually pushed into families. And the point made by Her Excellency, the Minister of DRC, on how the free education policy has boosted the purchasing powers of households, it's also a powerful indicator of how the funding flows can be a game changer actually for quality and quality of life as well. We also heard several times today, this morning, the previous panel, that changes take time. And for equity financing, it does not mean that governments should have to wait years to see actually that they're moving the right direction. And this is where the new equitable financing index is particularly important, because it can really help make these earlier stages of progress visible, whether the equity mechanisms are being put in place, whether financing is moving more intentionally towards those that need the most. And I think it's also why the working group that Manos just mentioned and that Brazil kindly volunteered to co-chair can be such a useful tool. Because the report itself points to the need that countries need to learn more from one another in this area. And a country-led space can help ensure that implementation lessons like the ones we heard today can inform the stronger design and implementation across the board, but also help us, technical partners, to adapt our support to country needs. And this leads to my final point, which is the development agenda on finance in education, where equity is a central element. Because together with several partners through the SDG 4 High-Level Steering Committee and France's G7 presidents, and Margarita from GP mentioned this in the last session as well, we're happy moving this conversation from funding gaps to more sustainable and strategic financing choices. And domestic resources is the core of any sustainable solution. And the fiscal side matters. Philippines said very well, education ministries cannot do this alone. It's a whole of government approach. And so beyond policy intent, education ministries need to be part of domestic resource mobilization discussions. Debt pressures, wider public finance choices, they all have an influence over the success of these mechanisms. So if I can take a conclusion from this panel, is that countries are approaching equity financing different ways, according to their needs and contexts, but they're confronting many of the same questions. How they can direct more resources to those who need them most? How can they make the support more fiscally sustainable? And how they can ensure that it actually reaches schools and learners. And it's a progress of constant learners and constant improvement. So for UNESCO, this is leading us in a few practical follow-ups aligned with the agenda that I just mentioned, which is really supporting countries within this whole of government approaches, showing education as a clear investment within fiscal space discussions. It's strengthening execution and equity through better public financing for education, both from the central level to decentralized levels, so funds flow, but also from decentralized level to the central level, so needs are identified and progress are measured. And connecting with Brazil's last point of monitoring, it's about supporting the data and the learning systems that build the trust and will allow the governments to track whether these policies are reaching those further behind and improving learning over time. Thanks.
There were challenges in building new preschools because it costs too much and the villages are far away from the centers of the region. That's why we decided to develop alternative models, including the kindergarten on the wheels. Right now we have more than 142 mobile buses working in 2 shifts. Children get education inside of the bus and also outside activities as well. Today, more than 11,000 children are covered by these mobile buses.
In 2012, the Ministry of Education decided that children in the social risk group, they have to have an opportunity to come to ECEC if parents are suffering from one or other vulnerabilities because of their maybe economical, social, or other cultural backgrounds. Then 2016, 1 year before the school, the mandatory pre-primary education started. The changes on 2020 in education law, which said that we have to have a place guarantee.
Thank you very much, Fabricia and the team. And also we had the opportunity to watch that video of innovation from Uzbekistan. And definitely, this is a call to all of us to find solutions to the pressing problems and all the data that's been spoken about to be translated into actionable items that work for young people. At this point, we have coffee available outside. Anybody who would need coffee, you can have it. But we are going straight into our next session because we are pressed with time. And for the next session, we are going to discuss the critical role of early childhood care, of course, as we've seen from Uzbekistan. And I would like to give the floor to Anna Cristina Deadio, Chief of Education Policy, for a brief presentation, followed by a panel discussion moderated by Rokaya Dwarara. I hope I didn't butcher the name, from UNESCO. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues and participants. Welcome and thank you for joining us in this session, which is about turning commitment into impact, real impact for children, for families, for society. My name is Rokhaya Faljawara. I'm program specialist at UNESCO's section for education policy and lead. I'm the lead on ECCE. And it's my privilege to moderate this ministerial discussion. And let me, without further ado, call on stage Her Excellency, Mrs. Oksana Karimova, Minister of Preschool and School Education of Uzbekistan. Please, Honorable Minister. And now let me call Her Excellency Dr. Abibatu Drame, Minister of Basic and Secondary Education of the Gambia. Honorable Minister. Now let me call His Excellency Jumaira Gurman Gelishev, Minister of Education of Turkmenistan. Welcome. And Her Excellency Tamara Makarija, Deputy Minister of Education, Science and Youth of Georgia. And we have already on stage my colleague, Anna Cristina Daggio, Chief of Education Policy at the GEM report team. Thank you very much. And to start, let me ask a simple question, dear participant. Do we still need to prove the case for early childhood education? Certainly not. The science has done it, the evidence has done it, and the economists have done it. But for the purpose of this audience, we can really reiterate that early childhood care and education can transform education systems. It builds strong foundations, it reduces inequality, and it gives every child a better start in life. And it's legitimate to ask whether or where do we stand today, as 2030 is just in the next corner. To give us the global picture, I'm pleased to invite my colleague Anna Cristina to present the key findings on global progress and the remaining challenges in early childhood education. Anna, floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I'm really honored to share some findings of the Global Education Monitoring Report 2026 on early childhood care and education. As you can see on the screen, there has been progress between 2000 and 2015. However, what we can see also is that progress has clearly slowed since around 2015. In terms of rates, in fact, we had increase from 64% in 2003 to 73% in 2015. And then between 2015 and 2024, for example, we had just a small increase of 2 percentage points. So what we are seeing here is that there is a plateau effect, I would say. And we can compare the pre-2015 momentum versus post-2015 slowdown, I would say. What we can see is that before 2015, most regions made steady gains in both pre-primary enrollment and participation 1 year before primary school that you see on the two sides of the slides. However, again, after 2015, growth flattens. And in some regions, there is also a decline, a slight decline, even among the high achievers. Europe and Latin America remain the highest performers, but you can see that in recent years, there has been a kind of slightly decline. A much stronger decline in Southeastern Asia. You can also see from the chart, from both sides of the chart, that regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia still are far behind despite gradual improvement. And this chart shows that a gap between high and low performing regions persists. So what are the global implications of this first slide is that globally enrollment is improving, so a sign of hope, a sign of progress. But it is not fast enough increasing to meet and achieve the 2030 targets. So what this slowdown suggests, and the report, the new Global Education Monitoring Report 2026, highlight this. These are structural barriers, funding, access, and policy prioritization. So progress is no longer accelerating. We need renewed investment and urgency to leave, not to leave millions of children behind. Next slide. So this is a very interesting slide too, because it shows that countries are increasingly making pre-primary education an entitlement. We can see this in the rise in countries that offer free and compulsory pre-primary education over time. For example, the number of countries offering free pre-primary education has increased from 20 in 1998 to 44 in 2023. Similarly, countries making it compulsory rose from 46 to 69 over the same period. So another very nice message, there is clear policy momentum. However, this report also shows that affordability remains a challenge. Despite this progress, pre-primary education is generally underfunded, and costs are often shifted to families, especially through private provisions. Many countries are trying to address these inequities through financial transfers. These include support to institutions and direct support to families. For example, through ministries of education in 26% of countries and 55% of countries to social protection ministries. However, coverage and effectiveness varies widely. If you want to know more about financing mechanism in early childhood education, you can also see the peer website where these country profiles are presented. So while more countries are reducing cost barriers in policy, affordability in practice remain a major constraint. And as a result, the most disadvantaged children are still the least likely to benefit of early childhood education. And we need to be sure that these are not left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Anna, for sharing with us this global picture. And it's very helpful to see that early childhood education has expanded over the past 25 years, but also to not to slow down since 2015. And now let us try to understand a bit more about what is happening at country level. Let me start with Her Excellency the Minister of Uzbekistan. And Madam Minister, it is very impressive to see the rapid progress in Uzbekistan. And particularly, we would like to learn more about your secret. What are the policy choices which have helped to expand ECCE in your country? And what have been also the barrier who are also holding some aspect back? Over to you, Madam Minister.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, once again, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important event, bringing together ministers of education from various countries and leading expert education. This exchange of experience and on the system, education systems. Over the past 25 years, and over the past 10 years, in particular in Uzbekistan, we've seen a major transformation of preschool education. What's important here is not only what we've achieved, but how we went about this. And I would like to stress, if I may, three key conclusions here. Political will has to be behind the transformation. Our transformation began with a decision, a basic decision that preschool education is not an option, it's a must. Then we set up a specific ministry that deals with preschool education and the establishment of a normative, a standard-setting base, which is a very big responsibility. Second, the broadening, the traditional systems cannot be put on a large scale. So we changed the system. We had to set up state and private partnerships, private sector here, and these joint efforts enabled us to level regional differences, and the third point, equity requires financing even with strong growth. There is still inequality. Growth in itself is essential, but it's not sufficient. We need quotas of reserved places for underprivileged families and measures to level differences between regions. And we've invested in a data system that enables us to more accurately allocate the resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We can see how also the system transformation is making all this progress we have seen in Uzbekistan. Now let me turn to the Gambia. Doctor, today around 44% of net enrollment in pre-primary education, we can see how Gambia is also emerging in the region, in West Africa particularly. Can you share with us also the policy choices and the bottom?
Thank you very much, Rokhaya, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It excites the Gambian delegation to participate in this important discourse and reflections. And for early childhood education, we as a country have a very strong political commitment and will to enhance and also to give opportunity to every child as early as the age of 3 to 6. And based on this, the country has embarked on a lot of reforms and policy dimensions to ensure that this trajectory is fully approached in the best way possible. This began around 2000, so for the past 25 years as a country, we have committed ourselves to policy dimensions. Around 2000, the Education Ministry shifted its focus from mainly supervising early childhood education to directly providing the services. This, of course, is supported by the Children's Act of the Gambia, 2005, which is very clear about its mandate on child care from ages 0 to 5. Around 2008, the Education Ministry implemented its first national early childhood development policy, mandating ECD, or early childhood development, in all primary schools in a form of annexation. This process began around or within underserved areas where private early childhood development centers rarely exist. And as a country, we have been able to provide this kind of services, especially to highly underprivileged regions. Actually, there is a region in our country that is disadvantaged in terms of economy at all levels. And currently, the initiative of school feeding is covering the entire region, meaning every early childhood center and primary or public primary school within that region is benefiting not only from free education, but also complete school feeding program, as well as the provision of teaching and learning materials for free, and as well as supporting the schools in terms of paying the fees for exams. As a country, we continue to progress as far as policy dimension is concerned. Between 2004 and 2015, the education sector policy, wide policy, was introduced, which sets very clear rules regarding annexation of preschool in all our primary public schools. And this was accompanied with well-trained, what we call polyvalent teachers, whose main role basically was to support the teaching of or the care of these young children, and also interacting with them in their local languages, that is in their mother tongue. So basically, instructions were delivered in their mother tongues, and of course, a lot of care and play. And they generally support the holistic growth of these young learners. And of course, this was not enough. We had to dedicate a special team within, in those early days, the Directorate of Support Services within the ministry to guide and provide complete oversight of the early childhood annexations within the primary schools and support their work. As recent, the 2016-2030 education policy is now prioritizing ECD for equity. And the advocate is for universal access. Education is free in the Gambia, but there is no compulsory primary education. And I think this is the dimension we will be taking as long as we are able to fully provide the services of preschool across the country by minimizing the participation of the private schools. And the Gambia is a peculiar society. We also have schools we call the madrasas. And because we are a very highly religious society, so most of our children at a very early age go through religious education. So if we want to look at it at a very holistic level, every child in the Gambia, as early as the preschool time, has received some form of education. It may not be a conventional and well-organized education, but actually they're receiving the education either within their communities or within very small groups. And this is where, as a country, we need the data to suggest what these numbers are and what kind of support we can extend to organize them better so that the children can receive the proper care and support at that early stage as they transition to the primary schools. So we have done a lot, and some results have come out of this. I don't know if this is the good time to speak about those results.
Yeah, maybe we can continue on those results after on the second round.
Okay.
And thank
So
you
I'll take
so
a
much
break
for
here.
already sharing with us so interesting figures and options, and particularly for emphasizing also the importance of the legal framework and the normative work we have done. Now, after Africa, let me be back to Central Asia and going to Turkmenistan. And to see Honorable Minister, if you can also share with us what has worked best in widening access and where do you see the biggest remaining obstacle to progress in early childhood care and education.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, at present, early childhood education is being looked at much more closely, not just as part of education policy, but as a fundamental item for long-term development and development of human capital. And therefore, the theme of our discussion on impact is very relevant for Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan has undertaken major reforms in the preschool system insofar as this period, early childhood, is a key period in the educational path of the child's social adaptation. It has a strategic dimension for state policy. Turkmenistan has undertaken a program to improve, to overhaul our system all the way up to 2025. The implementation of this program saw a broadening of tasks in terms of access to the preschool system, improving quality, strengthening the quality of training for our teachers. As part of the program, we have had significant work on modernizing our school system. We have improved the material base and conditions with improved conditions for early childhood education. Together with this, we have emphasized that modernization should not be restricted to infrastructure. We paid significant attention to the curriculum. We have extended the use of electronic, audio, and digital resources, and this has enabled us to have a more modern educational process, more creative and more consistent. This is in order to fulfill the individual potential of each child, to bring out their creative capacity, and we have sought to pinpoint at an early stage the skills of children, stimulate their interests, and the aim is not only to improve their school performance, but to make them a fuller part of social development. As part of the priorities, we have ensuring proper preparation for school, strengthening the level of tuition. This is a task for the 2026-2027, and we plan to open 65 extra groups for the five-year-old age group, and this we are emphasizing the development of the child. We are undertaking work on developing also the parent skills and improving access for families, and support is forthcoming from UNICEF in this regard. We're talking, emphasizing inclusiveness, inclusion. Our cooperation with international partners and specialized organization is also very significant on an inclusive basis, developing mechanisms to accompany children to ensure their good health and support of their and the key conclusions, takeaways are emphasis on concrete results can only be achieved when early childhood policy is organized as a global system, which has to include quality content, infrastructure, teacher training, interaction with families, inclusive mechanisms for supporting the child. And these overall measures, comprehensive approach has enabled us to achieve results. We are convinced that investing in early childhood is an investment not only in education, but in the future of society, its sustainable development. Turkmenistan stands prepared to engage in dialogue, to exchange experience, feedback, in order that we are able to solve the tasks arising from early childhood education. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, for this very inspiring intervention, and where you share also so many interesting information, and particularly this connection you are having also with the family, how you are getting them insight, and particularly also your initiative around the digital experience you are there in Turkmenistan. Now let us go for this last round on Georgia. And Honorable Minister, the same question also to you on your success, and also if you can share any challenges or what is hiding in there.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues and participants. First of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Science and Youth of Georgia, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to UNESCO, because we have opportunities to share our experiences, our achievements, direction of early childhood education. High-quality early learning opportunities are vital for individual development. Thus, early childhood education is one of the most powerful instruments we can make, as early education not only improves educational outcomes, but has a lasting impact of the development of a child. As human capital development is among top priorities on the agenda of the Georgian government, the Ministry of Education, Science and Youth of Georgia plans and implements its activities in line with the strategic objectives of the government. I'd like to emphasize that since 2013, Georgia has undertaken a consistent and irreversible reform process in the field of early and preschool education. One of the most important steps in this process was making public kindergarten services fully free of charge. This significantly increased both the number of institutions and children access to preschool education. Preschool education is not mandatory in Georgia. Today, nearly 1,800 public kindergartens operate across the country, serving 75% of children aged from 2 to 6. The participation rate in school readiness programs for children aged 5-6 is much higher, standing approximately 93%. It has been noted that a strong legal foundation for these reforms was established in 2016 when the Parliament of Georgia adopted the law on early and preschool education and care. Based on this framework, to support quality standards in the sector, the government of Georgia has introduced key technical regulations with a strong focus on inclusion, quality improvement, and the holistic development of the child, as well as sanitary, hygiene, and nutrition regulations. At the same time, public investments in the preschool sector has grown significantly, contributing to improved infrastructure and better learning conditions. An especially important role in this process is played by local government. In Georgia, early and preschool education within the responsibility of municipalities, which are expected to deliver high-quality services tailored to the needs of their communities in line with national standards and regulations. To further strengthen municipal capacities, in 2022, based on the decision of the Parliament of Georgia during a transitional period until 2013, the authorization of early and preschool education institutions was entrusted to the National Center for Educational Quality Enhancement and the Ministry of Education, Science and Youth of Georgia. In order to support the integration of national minority representatives from an early age, the Ministry has been implementing the bilingual education program since 2020-2021 academic year in public preschool as well as general education institutions. Currently, the program covers 77% of non-Georgian language kindergartens and 87% non-Georgian language public schools or sectors. Looking ahead, Georgia remains committed to expanding preschool infrastructure, as well improving teacher training and strengthening partnerships with local communities to ensure that every child has access to quality early learning opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. What we are hearing from all of you is that progress is still possible, but sustaining momentum and reaching every child is a different and very big challenge also. And this is why we still have some minute left, and I want to give you back very quickly for 1 minute to each of you the floor to tell us maybe your forward-looking on this ECCE agenda. And particularly, we know that we need more data for early childhood care and education, but how your country is dealing with that. And particularly forward-looking to beyond 2030, what do we need in terms of policy, regulation, legislation to ensure that ECCE is well taken as a priority at country level. We can start with you, Georgia. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. As I mentioned earlier, Georgia has been implementing a large-scale reform of preschool education since 2015. A key priority has been to ensure equal school readiness for all children. One important step has been making public kindergarten services fully free of charge. At the same time, we have developed a strong legislative and policy framework and also state educational standards for school readiness, followed in 2017 by the state standards for preschool education and requirements for preschool educators. Another important lesson has been the need to strengthen transitions between preschool and primary education. Within the framework of the preschool education reform, we paid great attention to facilitating the transition for school. Currently, preschool and primary education are regulated by separate laws. And we are working to unify these under single educational act to ensure a more close transition. Our experience shows that clear standards, effective monitoring systems, and well-aligned legislation are essential for sustainable progress and expanding equitable access to early childhood education from birth, and it remains an important goal. What we can do, what our vision and mission also. To build strong teacher development system based on teacher individual needs. As well, second, inclusion. Third, infrastructure. Fourth, more flexible finance model based on school and kindergarten performance. Fifth, thinking long-term. And as our distinguished colleague yesterday said, we are here because we believe something fundamental. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Turkmenistan, Honorable Minister. In 1 minute, please, if possible.
The early development of the child is a sector priority in terms of health, social well-being, and the monitoring the development of children from birth to 5 years. We've had medical studies on this, and we have a program on support for the parents, which has emphasized this priority. At political level, intersectoral contribution has enabled us to set up a new national strategy on the early development of the child from 26 to 2030 with seminars and medical studies continuing on medical, pediatrics, social development, and in future Turkmenistan, our government will develop early childhood education. It will develop preschool infrastructure and seek to pinpoint in the child, identifying the child, all the key features of early childhood development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us now move to Gambia.
Yes, so after 2030, but before that, I want to make a few comments on the results that came out of the Gambia's education system in terms of policy. It has been able to really support the enrollments in the preschool. We have, as a country, reached a gross national enrollment rate of 45.7%, although by 2030, we have a target of 75%, but this is a very good improvement from 2000. And in 2025, we have also reached impressive results in terms of entrance to grade 1 with early childhood care and education experience. 83% of all our grade 1 learners have early childhood care experience and education. And of course, the barriers remain to be, in our context, funding, and also in terms of prioritization when it comes to education funding. Most of the resources goes to support primary school or primary schooling. These, of course, these resource constraints have limited the ability as a country to train more teachers and also to provide more infrastructure and annexation within schools to ensure that preschool is available in school. So beyond 2030 as a country, I think the trajectory is clear, and the roadmap also appears to be very clear to us as a country. We want to work towards making available education free, continue to make it free and universal, and ensure that also we depend more and support in the domestically financing our school projects and programs, and of course the school feeding or school meals. It is an intent that we want to provide for every learner across our primary schools in the country. Strong systems are also important in supporting our efforts to ensure that quality teaching and learning is delivered in our schools. And of course, we will continue to collaborate and partner to ensure that we have more trained teachers, and with the advent of artificial intelligence, of course, to have it also integrated in our teaching and learning to support our young learners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And now let me finish with Uzbekistan, Honorable Minister.
Well, of course, we have achieved significant success in early childhood education in a short space of time. We've managed to capture, raise the percentage of early child education from 27 to over 90%. So what are the challenges now? Despite the achievements, we have three key challenges. First of all, accessibility for vulnerable families, two, the quality of conditions, and three, broadening the scope of vulnerable children, especially those with special needs. Now, if we're talking about our further steps, our next step is very clear. Broadening the quality, broadening equality, broadening access to fully bringing out the skills of the child. And we have a national program where we're investing in teachers, developing centers for early childhood development. And the key conclusion is that there is no universal solution, but what we do have are universal principles. The system of education system has to adapt in order to encompass every single child. And this requires sustained political will, flexibility, and a constant focus on equity. Uzbekistan remains committed to this path and is prepared to make further contribution, continued contribution to the global discussion on early childhood education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Before just giving some last word, let me give 1 minute to Anna before I...
Thank you, Rokaya, and thanks a lot for your insights. Just one concluding sentence. I think what we have heard is that there is a huge commitment to pre-primary education. The next phase is not just about expansion, it's about ensuring that every child, especially the most marginalized, are not left behind. And we have heard policies about free and compulsory pre-primary education are essential, but they are not sufficient. This needs to be backed by sustainable financing, system capacity, and a coordinated approach to these early years of education. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Anna.
Thank you very much. I think that we can conclude on 2 or 3 points. First of all, we have to recognize all the efforts that have been made. It's not easy, but in listening to the interventions during this panel discussion, we realize just how important it is to act at a system level in order to achieve the desired changes. And this transformation has to be accompanied, documented. In order to document the transformation, UNESCO stands ready to help you. And we've just developed a tool that we call an early childhood care assessment tool for transformation. And this tool now enables us to look at progress that we've made, and enables each country to see at what stage of transformation it stands, what are the missing components, what's missing in relation to the tools that are available, for example, on teacher training, for example, on governance policy, for example, on the quality of inclusion, of all these markers that would enable the system to position itself as being a transformative system. And that's a key item that's been contributed to the analysis. And next, we recall our shared commitment that we have made around the Declaration of Tashkent. The Madam Minister is here with us, but alongside her, all the member states that have adopted this declaration, we are still far from achieving the development, the SDG objectives. We have to continue the efforts, and we'll be as close as possible in the next few years to meeting those commitments. Thank you so much to all the speakers. Thank you, Anna, Christina, and thank you to all the delegates and partners present in the room. Thank you.
Many women are highly motivated and see education as a pathway for their own independence, also for contribution to their country and for their long-term security. There's also strong family and institutional support now, so that might be the big reason why the enrollment is so high. Some challenges remain, such as financial barriers or social expectations, but they are far less restrictive and they continue to improve.
"国家专项计划的出现改变了这一切，它并非为谁降低门槛，而是在不平等的起点之上重新校准竞争的尺度，让来自贫困地区的学生能够在更加公平的环境中被看见、被理解、被尊重。回望来路，我愈发真切地体会到，当制度为教育公平提供支撑，出身便不再是命运的分界线。政策所改变的不只是一个人的去向，更是无数原本被群山遮蔽的人生可能。
Thank you. Great panel discussion on early childhood. And on that point, now it's time for the last panel. And the last panel focuses on one of the most crucial themes for millions of students worldwide: access to post-secondary education. And for someone like myself who literally has been in student leadership, of course, I did tell you earlier about my story in getting access to education. But not only did I get access to education, but also, even as a student, played critical roles in shaping this access to education. And as General Secretary for the National Union of Ghana Students, which is the national student body in Ghana, one issue that we face, and so just like you have the data here, in Ghana, for instance, you have an issue where we have huge numbers and percentages in basic education enrollment. But when you rise to the top, there's high attrition. The people don't rise on into the transitioning phases. And you realize that there was a problem. The problem, the biggest of them, is financing. So, for instance, we had issues where people could not have access to tertiary education. Tertiary education enrollment was 20%. And as at then, we had universities increasing students' tuition fees, which was a bigger issue and was going to exclude more young people from getting access to tertiary education. I remember myself as a student leader then put pressure on universities, put pressure on government to make sure that universities comply actually with already stated, documented processes in terms of increasing fees, and we got fees to be reduced. I think student institutions and student organizations or youth organizations have a big role to play, and our next panel really has something for us to talk more about how this is done. For this panel, I would like to give the floor to the moderator, Boyin Chakrun, but let me also invite the following onto the stage as well. Pablo Fraser, who is the Chief of Education Monitoring at the Global Education, at the GEM report, the Global Education Monitoring report. And then Noah W. Sobd, Chief of Section on Higher Education, UNESCO, to join us. And then for our panelists, we have His Excellency Mirela Kumbaro Fegsi, Minister of Education, Albania, Begona Pedrosa, Councillor of Education, Basque Country, Ulrike Pisiotis, Deputy Head of Unit, Evidence-Based Policy and Evaluation, European Commission, Henriette Reisen-Johnston, President, Students and Academics International Assistance Fund. Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a real privilege to be here to present the GEM results on post-secondary education. So let me start with some good news. In the last 20 years, we have seen a huge expansion in enrollment in tertiary education, going from 19% in the 2000s to 44% in 2024. There are some regions where we have seen particular growth, such as the Latin American and the Caribbean region, and Eastern and Southeastern Asia. Now, behind this is the action of concrete policy. Certainly, the removal of tuition fees or the reduction of tuition fees contributes to an increase in expansion, but also subsidies to transport, textbooks, and housing correlates with an increase in enrollment in tertiary education. In terms of gender equity, we also see something very interesting. We see a flip where now there are more young women enrolled in tertiary education than young men. In a less positive note, we have to address attainment, where the situation is that there has been more or less of a stagnation in attainment in tertiary education for the last years. Now, the elements behind this are several, but we have to pay attention to what the data is offering. And when we look at the data, we see that the global number of attainment in tertiary education is equal to 60% of enrollment 10 years prior. What does this mean? It means that many people entering tertiary education are not finishing, or they're taking a very long time to do it. So this leads us to two conclusions. One, in terms of measurement, enrollment only give us a partial picture of what's going on in the system. We need to have more data on attainment to have a comprehensive vision of the situation in tertiary education. The second conclusion regards policy. It's important to have support measures for students, such as mentoring, peer support, and others, especially for disadvantaged students who tend to be more likely to not finish their careers. There are several other results, but I don't have time to share it with you, but I invite you to see the report, and I will leave you with my colleague, Noah.
Thanks, Pablo. To help us move from commitment to impact, last week UNESCO published a roadmap for higher education transformation that built out of our World Higher Education Conference process. And it's important to note that the publication is not an exercise in imagining the future university, nor is it an exercise in future-proofing the university. The roadmap really focuses on ensuring that higher education becomes the most powerful space of future-making that it can be. And when we talk about transformation, we need to remember that we need directionality. Lots can change in the world, but we want to push for lines of transformation heading in the right directions. So very briefly, what are these directions for higher education? First, we can say that higher education needs to become more relevant in more ways and in more directions than ever before. Student learning experiences need to be less abstract and more engaged. We can also say that the overall organization of the higher education sector needs to move from an inclusion and scarcity mindset to a paradigm of openness and inclusion. And we want to think about moving from disciplinary silos towards connecting and linking up different forms of inquiry. Additionally, we want to weave in a line of transformation about moving higher education pedagogies away from traditional listen and repeat methods towards active, problem-based, project-based learning. And when we think about the design of programs of study, we need to move towards a lifelong learning orientation. Higher education institutions also need to move from an outdated workforce planning model towards dynamic engagement with labor markets, with innovation incubation, entrepreneurial opportunity. And honestly, if we care about green economies, about circular economies, a just transition, then remaking graduate employability is one of the most powerful levers in our hands. And finally, to complete our roadmap, we zoom out to a system-level perspective where there's an urgent need to move from hierarchies, competition, and fragmentation to flexible and harmonized integration. So there we have a roadmap for higher education transformation that goes from access to success to global transformation. And I hope that each of you sees yourself in it. I hope that you are inspired to examine it in more detail. And I now pass to Mr. Boran Shakroun, Director of the Division for Policies and Lifelong Learning Systems, so that we can dive deeper into the specific challenges at hand and some of the proven solutions. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Noah and Pablo, for giving us insight and setting the scene for our discussion today. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, colleagues, today we wanted also to match policy solutions with real experience. And for that, we wanted to hear from people who are engaged in higher education, benefiting from services, from education, from research and community engagement. And that's our students. And I would like to give the floor to our colleagues from different universities to share their experience and ask questions regarding what matters for them, what are the challenges they are facing. I would like to start with you, Emily, please.
Microphone, please.
One challenge that is top of mind amongst my peers is the rising cost of higher education, which we know keeps so many students out of university. And I know the challenge even continues once you're able to enroll. I've seen so many classmates burdened with mountains and mountains of debt or restricted to a certain field of study based on financial concerns. So I'm curious how we can support a diverse range of students to be able to really access a diverse range of studies in order to cultivate the skills we all need in society.
Hello, my name is Shifeng. I'm from China. So back in high school, I remember a lot of my peers were so stressed about those university entrance exams. It almost feel like that everything was dependent on that single moment, and there was a real fear of not getting into universities. So my question is, how can education systems diversify its pathways so that universities is not the only option to higher education? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Antoine Duvart. I'm from the Global Student Forum and FAGE, the first student organization in France. And I would like to underline the question of underfinances in higher education. For example, in France, last year it was 60 under 74 universities who are facing deficit. Today it's all of them. So my question is the following: how do we put the education back at the center of the debate? And how do we collect data all together to understand and find some priority together with the students for this big and huge problem that we are facing?
Hi everyone, my name is Juliette from France. One of the major challenges I have faced as a student in higher education is the feeling of not being heard, neither by universities or policymakers. Too often, the issues we experience are overlooked, and students are excluded from the policy making, which can lead to ineffective decisions and then affect our ability to graduate and our mental health. This is even more true for minority voices, including women as myself, for which reinforces inequalities.
Merci, Émilie, Jerry.
Thank you very much, Émilie, Julie, Antoine, and Juliette. Thank you. Now, you're giving me something that I can use for our discussion about access, about funding, about equality, but also about a consultation with students. And Madam Ministers, I wanted to see with you, how in Albania, for example, have you been reaching out to various different groups and helping them access higher education? And what are your inclusion and education for all objectives?
French.
Speak all languages.
But first of all, I will say just a few words in English, inviting everyone, if you can, to speak in French, even the French students, because it's la semaine de la francophonie.
This is a Francophonie Week.
Of the Francophonie. And we don't have often the occasion to speak in French in general, because everyone is speaking this other language, which is not British, not American, but as Globish. Donc, je vais...
So I will be speaking in French because I'm here in Paris and it's a French-speaking week. It's something that I feel attached to it. It's something that's shared across so many countries. Now, I was listening very carefully. Well, as I should say, I'm the Minister of Education from Albania. It's a small country. I'm not sure if everybody knows where it is, but as a tourist destination, some of you might have come across it or heard of it. Now, it's a very small country, but in a very interesting part of the world, which is the Balkan region, which is a real crossroads of culture, of languages, of traditions and religions, but also very beautiful and interesting and sometimes challenging experiences when it comes to education. The accounts that we've just heard from the students, but also things we've heard throughout the day, are not only personal stories. Even the questions that you've asked are not just personal questions. These are salient questions, and they are signals that show us who we are and where we want to go. And I think this is the same everywhere. This is the absolute universality of your generation and the responsibility of my generation, because deep down, getting into higher education is a bit like getting into sport. They have to work, they train, they try to surpass themselves, and our role as an authority and stakeholders in the on the field to be there for them, to be strong, to set clear rules, clear guidelines, and make sure that everybody has the possibility of playing at their very best level. If I wanted to use an image, I would say that a university is like a bridge. And it's a bridge between talent and the future. A bridge between young people's dreams, to which they're all entitled, and reality, which is not the same for everyone. And it's a bridge in my country between Albania and Europe. And here, I think this is very contextualized. Now, our responsibility, for example, is to ensure that that bridge is strong, solid, open, and connected to the world. And for Albania, this connection and this issue is all the more important given our European integration, which is the next station. We're getting there in the next 2 years. The EU and acceding to the EU is not only a process, not only a duty for my country, it's an absolute deep transformation, first of all, of mentalities, but also of institutions, of our standards, and above all, of our education system. We are already laying the foundations for a more international, more open, more European-focused education system, even though there is still some work to be done. Now, the horizon of 2030, which is the date upon which we think and our European partners think that we will be able to ultimately join the EU, is really clear. We want our higher education not to be isolated, especially if we want to make sure that after under the dictatorship, we had 50 years of isolation already. Thank you very much. And so launching into the challenges of higher education and making it a priority means making it an equal player to the European higher education institutes. And the only way we can achieve this is more openness towards international universities and access, and this will ensure access to universities around the world, greater cooperation with them, more opportunities for our students, more mobility for other students from elsewhere who are visiting more increasingly Albania, because you should know we eat exceptionally well. It's a beautiful Mediterranean country. So more exchange, more openness, and above all, the standards of quality all the higher. The aim, obviously, is that every diploma earned in Albania should be recognized and valid in the other countries. And the UNESCO Convention in this regard is very important. Remember that that convention shouldn't just be something framed on the wall, a list of conventions. No, it needs to be concrete, realistic, and effective in the field. Our ambition is clear. We want to make Albania not only a country which is improving in these regards and becoming a more attractive destination. We have so many things to offer, but we want to make the country one that attracts and welcomes in all of those who can participate in a whole culture of a knowledge hub in the Balkans. And there's I've seen over the last 35 years, ever since the fall of the Iron Curtain, we've always heard about the former communist countries, Eastern European countries, Southern European countries, the Balkans. We get the feeling that in lots of discourses, the Balkans are kind of pushed out to the margins of Europe. And so, no, if we want our universities to break through those stereotypes, break through those glass barriers. We want to be part of the beautiful garden in which flowers of knowledge can flourish and bloom so that for the benefit of one and all. one very important project which is paving the way for these changes in our universities is the opening of a new French lycée or senior high school, which is actually just one more step in our long history of French-speaking culture in our country. It'll be focused on scientific courses and will connect through to the Tirana universities, the European Polytechnic in Tirana, which is our capital, or the Politecnico di Milano in Italy. And this is just to name a few. A moment ago, I was saying that education is something to be built, that it's like a sport. You don't win just out of luck. It takes a good hard work, a bit of sweat, good trainers and coaches, and we build on previous goals. And that's what we have to do now, is to offer our youngsters all of the conditions that they need to succeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Minister, for that input, which I think combines both the geography and the cultural aspects of universities. So I can confirm, actually, that Albania is a beautiful, beautiful country to visit without hesitation.
Speaking about bridges, you are speaking about the importance of standards, about internationalization as well, which are very important. And I would like to switch a bit the order of this speaking, if you allow me. I would like to ask Ms. Ulrike from a European policy perspective, and Minister was making clear call about how Albania would like to be part of that European area for higher education. How you see the European policy from a European policy perspective, how you can put more measures for supporting access, equity, and also quality, because I think this point was coming very clear from the Honorable Minister. Please, Ulrike.
Thank you very much. Yes, so what we see from the European perspective is very much, or is very similar to what we see at the global level. We have heard it a lot today, progress to access and higher education, and we see the same thing, of course, at EU level. Actually, in the last decade, we have almost reached our education target for tertiary education attainment, which is 45%. Among young people, 25 to 34-year-olds, and we are now less than 1 percentage point away from that. So this is really great progress, but of course, looking at an aggregate level masks deeper challenges. So it's important that we have these challenges in mind, and also thank you very much to the students who spoke earlier and who gave testimony on the challenges they face. And I would also like to add to some of them to what you said, because when we dig deeper, we still have quite a long road ahead of us. So, for example, if we look at disadvantaged students with migrant background, then we can see that their attainment is actually the lowest in Europe, because these are young people who face language barriers, financial constraints, they don't have the support networks that it needs. Also, non-recognition of qualification is a huge issue. Geography has been mentioned several times today already, the rural-urban gap. Actually, attainment in rural areas in Europe has risen, but also the gap has widened between urban and rural young people with tertiary education attainment. So this is just the fact that when universities are concentrated in cities, then rural young people or young people from rural areas face constraints that peoples in cities just don't have. Gender has been mentioned also quite a few times, and we see now in Europe that women in some countries hold a tertiary degree at a share that is twice as high as men, which is great. It's a very positive development. On the other hand, we are now facing a challenge that we risk leaving young men behind. So this is something that needs to be addressed. And of course, this is a very complex area, and really there's lots of factors playing into that. For example, young boys are also at a much higher risk of leaving school early. So this is actually something then that translates also into dynamics at higher education. But let me also focus on one thing that is, or the most striking factor that we see again and again is that parental education actually remains the single strongest predictor of whether a young person enters higher education. And there we still see huge gaps across Europe, ranging from 20 percentage points between those whose parents hold a degree and those who do not, to 50 percentage points. And here I also want to be clear, this is not a talent gap. It's a structural gap. And again, these are also not new findings. And actually, across Europe, the countries have policies, most countries have policies in place to address inclusion in higher education. But at the same time, what I mentioned are persistent findings. So the change is not yet there and more needs to be done. And this also means we actually need better data. So this access, this widened access that we see means we have a much more diverse student body, which has different needs. And when it comes to data, we see that most EU education systems, they collect data on students when they enter tertiary education, but it's almost half of them do not collect such data beyond that point. So we are actually missing quite a bit of information, and if we want to design policies that help those much more diverse student bodies, we need to get that data, we need better data.
Thank you, Rick, and that's I think what, of course, the Global Monitoring Report is doing. Also, UNESCO hosts a global observatory on higher education that is also a data source. But let me turn to you, Your Excellence. Earlier, the Minister was mentioning the bridges, and we made the bridge between national to the regional. That means the European continent. But I would like to go to the regional, in this case, in your case, in the Basque region. And earlier, Antoine was mentioning also the challenge of financing. Can you tell us a bit more about the experience that you have in the Basque country, both in terms of enlarging access, how you align with the national and then European policies, but also the Global Monitoring Report is showing that private provision in higher education is also increasing, and that of course comes with diversity of provision, but also costs for students. How you deal with all these complex policies at the regional level, please?
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations to the GEM report team. You've done an excellent work, and welcome to the students. Yeah, it's a great pleasure listening to your demands and your worries. And listening to students, yeah, I would like to remark that there's one idea that stands out clearly, and I think has been already mentioned, is that when we talk about access to higher education, investment in higher education, we're not talking only about university, of course, and we're not only talking about access itself, but also about what happens in between, before access in university, and about finding pathways and staying in those pathways. I think one of the students was asking for that, yeah? Counseling, specific counseling, and look for different ways, yeah? And being able to complete your life projects at the end of the day. And this is where our system in the Basque country, in the Basque region, has done a very specific work on vocational training development, a very specific strategy in the last 15 years that has been developed with the stakeholders, yeah, has increased employability, and has given the opportunity to students with a specific structure on counseling from schools, secondary schools, to be able to offer paths, new paths. And what we believe is that the students do not drop because of lack of talent. I think you mentioned that. But they cannot find the right pathway sometimes. They cannot connect to their interests, their pace, their circumstances, socioeconomic situation. So this is what the Basque Country is responding to a new, right now, to a new social and demographic context. And our enrollment in vocational training has increased in nearly 40% in the last 5 years. So we are giving specific ways to newcomers to our country with different languages, cultures, backgrounds, and needs. You were talking about certification as well. We've developed specific certification structure so that they can certify competencies and develop their life project. So this is one of our big challenges right now, and we are responding with results right now. We have fewer children. Yeah, this is all throughout Europe. And we have a lot of people retiring right now from workplaces that require specific talent, and not only specific, but also specialized talent in very, very strategical areas for our productive sector. And this is what we are talking when we talk about new structures, new investments, and new structures to, or new paths to attend to the different interests of our students and the future of our region. I would like to finish, I would like to remark that in order to do this strategy, for us it's very important to develop specific networks with our local companies. We listen to them, we listen to students, and we counsel students on a strategical sector so that they can...
This is a message from the interpreters. The interpretation session is now ending for today. Wishing all the delegates a good, enjoyable end to today's conference. Thank you.
Underlining new methodologies, new ways of understanding learning, such as challenge-based learning or project-based learning, and this has made a huge difference in school dropping in the last 10 years. We have a very low rate of school dropping, 3.4%, which is very low, and I think it is very important to have a systemic strategy starting from infant education to higher educational levels. And vocational training has been one of the major, in this case, promoters, yeah, in order to open new paths and responding to our social needs, but also competitivity in the productive sector in our region.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a point that is critical regarding the employability of graduates, the learning pathways, the career and counseling, and how we fluidify the transition from university to the labor market, but also the trend that you are referring to, which is a form of vocationalization of higher education that we can see in reality in many countries all over the world. Harriet, I will come to you, but let me just ask the Minister. Madame la Ministre, est-ce que vous avez le même phénomène autour de la question de l'employabilité des diplômés de l'enseignement supérieur? Est-ce que ce sont des questions qui se posent à vous en termes de partenariat avec les entreprises pour une meilleure employabilité des jeunes? Est-ce que c'est un point que vous voyez également important dans votre contexte? Et puis j'irai avec vous, Henriette.
Oui, je pense que c'est un problème que nous partageons, enfin, une situation que nous partageons tous un peu dans nos pays, parce qu'il y a une tendance de la part des universités de peut-être de ne pas être toujours visionnaires vis-à-vis le marché du travail et peut-être d'anticiper les besoins que le marché du travail aura dans quelques années, mais d'être plutôt attiré par les besoins immédiats que l'université peut avoir, c'est-à-dire d'avoir des étudiants aujourd'hui et maintenant et dans quelques domaines de compétences, ce qui crée un clivage, une sorte de fossé entre le marché du travail et les universités. Et justement, c'est là le rôle, je pense, de l'État. Tout d'abord, au moment où il y a toutes les procédures pour que les universités soient licenciées, ouvertes, contrôlées au niveau de la qualité, et surtout, ce qui est plus important, ce n'est pas tout simplement les études supérieures, mais c'est surtout la recherche scientifique également, qui ne doit pas être isolée à l'intérieur des murs de l'université. Nous sommes en train de faire une réforme au niveau des agences de recherche scientifique pour faire de ces agences des ponts, encore, je reviens à l'idée des ponts, entre le marché du travail, mais aussi des start-up. C'est-à-dire l'innovation. L'Albanie, c'est un pays qui a fait une révolution en matière de la révolution de la numérique. 97% des services publics sont numérisés, sont en ligne. Tout se fait à travers un smartphone. Et ceci crée aussi de nouvelles perspectives sur le marché du travail pour que la recherche scientifique soit directement liée avec le marché du travail, mais surtout avec les priorités du développement économique. Et là, les universités doivent se réinventer.
Merci beaucoup. At the same time, students are paying for their studies. Their families are paying for their studies. In some cases, of course, is government support. That link between access, quality, and relevance is very important. But Henriette, you are in this intersection between student experience and international cooperation. How you see the measure that we can put in place, or how you are acting to overcome the financial barriers for students, is something that comes very clearly from the students and from our international analysis as well. Please, Henriette.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I didn't get your last intervention, but yeah. I can repeat it in English. Fantastic, we'll do it afterwards. Thank you, and just thank you for inviting me to this panel, and thank you for the experiences from my fellow students. As mentioned, I am the president of SAI, which is the Norwegian Students and Academics International Assistance Fund, and we're a student-led solidarity and human rights organization rooted in Paulo Freire's vision of education for liberation. We collaborate with grassroots organizations to advance accessible, decolonial, and transformative higher education, promoting academic freedom and also protecting student activists. And we do see that access and equity to higher education are under pressure, and which also my fellow students have shared now. There's these financial barriers that I will prioritize in my intervention now, but just on your last point on being heard, I think that's also something that I hope everyone in this room will take back, that students have knowledge, experience, perspectives that needs to be included, have meaningful inclusion when policy is being made, and not just ticking a box. So I think that's very important that you raised. But going back to financial barriers and tuition fees. So, for example, in Norway, we do face a concerning trend of systematic deprioritization of global knowledge and research collaboration, exchange, and student mobility. So, and this is very evident in the 2023 introduction of tuition fees for students outside the European Union. Until then, higher education in Norway was free for everyone, really reflecting a belief that higher education was in fact a human right for all. Since the tuition fees were introduced, the number of international students have fallen with 80%. And this isn't just a statistic, this is a loss of perspectives, quality, diversity, and collaboration, which is so necessary in academia, especially in today's time. At the same time, we do see progress. In Colombia, decades of underfunding and inequality in higher education culminated in a landmark reform in 2025. A new law was adopted, strongly shaped by student organizing, with SAI's partners ASEO and Andes leading the way. The law introduces more public funding and also recognizes education as a public right. Authorities do describe this as a turning point and the direct response to student demands, which also shows how sustained student mobilization can actually lead to real policy change. So this year's GEM report tells us that 1/3 of countries have tuition-free public universities, and yet free tuition alone is not enough.
We know that the barriers students face are intersectional and many, and removing one barrier while leaving others does not result in equity. History shows time and again that students are at the front lines of lasting change and transformation. But we should not have to fight this alone. Our ask is this: invest in grassroots movements and student activists, not only the formalized student unions, but also the full spectrum of youth voices. Listen to us and also include us meaningfully. Second, build higher education communities with room for dissent, disagreement, and diversity, including student activism. And remember that upholding human rights also means upholding the right to education. Higher education is not a privilege for the few, it's a right for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's music in my ears, speaking about the right to education and the right to higher education, and the right to lifelong learning, a reality as we speak about it today. We are also looking ahead toward 2030. What policy change you would like to see in higher education that matters from your perspective, Ulrike?
Well, I'm an expert on data and monitoring, so let me come back to that and to what I already mentioned, the diversity and the data we need to gather. And also what we need to look at is less obvious things, for example, well-being or belonging to a higher education institution, because this actually affects completion rates. So we might we also have to get a much better grasp on such qualitative data. And what I wanted to mention also is that last year actually to have that better picture that we need for policy making, we launched a European Higher Education Sector Observatory, where we try to bring all this diverse data together in one place. So also to have their data on mobility, on graduate survey data, so what happens after graduation. I think we need to know much more about that to be able to say how tertiary education programs actually prepare young people for the labor market. So I am very passionate about that and the great data we need for policy making, but I also want to stress that reaching a number, a goal, is not the ultimate objective here, but really the ultimate goal in higher education and in the higher education landscape must be that every young person, regardless of where they were born, of who their parents are, of how they grew up, has a genuine and equal opportunity to succeed. And this is really where all policy making needs to be directed to.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bigona, please.
Very briefly, yes. I would say that lifelong learning public policies have to be promoted. Upskilling and reskilling for active working people, that's a must, specifically in very demanding sectors or skills such as the green skills or the digital skills. We need people that are already working in our different sectors, to gain new competencies, and specific policies are required from all countries.
Thank you. For a director of lifelong learning, myself, we are ending up to be very friends, I think, listening to your attention to lifelong learning and skills. Henriette, what do you want to see as a major change by 2030? In one word.
In one word? Oi. That we have, that higher education is actually considered a human right for all, financial barriers being taken away, and that also the student voices are an integral part of policy making on this field.
Thank you. Madame la ministre, la semaine de la francophonie de 2030, qu'est-ce que vous voulez voir?
Tout d'abord, je voudrais rajouter un peu ce que Henriette disait, c'est qu'il faut que les barrières, mais pas seulement les barrières financières, toutes sortes de barrières, quand on parle de l'éducation, des universités, doivent tomber. quand on parle de standards et de qualité, c'est en termes de talent, en termes de travail, en termes de compétences, et pas en termes de la couleur du passeport d'où on vient.
Très bien, merci. I'm changing the run of the show. Manos, I hope you accept that. Et vous, and you, what do you think, what do you want to see by 2030?
I think that all types of knowledge are valued, and that we have a lot more diversity of students able to pursue that.
For me, it's the, I guess, more pathways to higher education.
On my side, I hope that we can put away all the student precarity.
I hope we will have more diverse students in higher education, and I hope they will graduate and not just enter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, Excellency, that was matching policies with real experiences. Thank you to our speakers. Thanks to our students. Thanks to you for engaging with us today. I pass the floor to my colleagues for the closing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And wow, isn't it very refreshing to hear some youth voices? Thank you so much to our young people who came into the room and shared their voices and opinions. Of course, post-secondary education is essential. We must not just get the efforts to end our secondary education, but efforts must be put so much into post-secondary education. Thank you very much to our panelists for such a great session, and to our young people, cheers to all of you. It's now late, and the day is almost coming to an end. But before this, there are two key aspects that we would want to discuss. Of course, very briefly. The first is how access and equity will link with quality and learning. And for this, I'd like to invite back to stage Manos for a brief presentation and consultation of the concept note of the 2027 GEM report. Manos?
And we're, of course, more than aware that it's late. But the purpose of this session was to somehow wrap up. You saw our approach, how we try to tackle the issue of access and equity with these building blocks, of using statistics, of using the statistics to identify countries that stand out, to do the case studies about them, and then to wrap the experience from the case studies and what research tells us to tell a story about what should be perhaps policy priorities. So we did that for access and equity, and then the next report will be on quality and learning. And of course, you can imagine that is going to be much more difficult. So we want your ideas, we want your reactions, if you have the energy, to share a few thoughts about how perhaps we could approach her. But this is the general principles of how we're going to proceed. Starting with the approach of having indicators. We had 5 indicators in this report. We plan to have perhaps 6 in the upcoming report. 3 on so-called quality measures. Of course, we know quality is very difficult to define, but this is our basis, our entry point to see what efforts countries have made. And 3 learning indicators. So on quality, we want to capture, we don't want to leave out the issue of infrastructure. Of course, people tend to look down on it, but I think it came up several times in this today, how important good school buildings that are safe and inclusive and exist is important. So conditions of school infrastructure will be one of the indicators we will cover, because it's important to point out that countries that have made progress, remember why that is important. Second, we'll try to look at issues related to teacher qualifications. We, of course, know that this is the one type of indicator that lets us down in many ways, that measuring the qualifications on paper of teachers is not enough, but we'll try to work out our way to identify examples of countries that have moved forward. And third, given that we have not covered explicitly spending, we plan to also cover countries that have really prioritized education and try to understand why, under what context, in what circumstances, who took the decision, what form did this expansion of funding take, and what are the lessons. And then on learning, that's of course the biggest addition that came in the agenda after 2015. We have now many more countries reporting data. Not enough to give a global perspective, but enough to identify within regions countries that have managed to weather the storm, because there have been a lot of storms in education around the world in recent years. So these are indicators at 3 levels: in early primary, in end of primary and end of lower secondary, in reading and mathematics, and we may be also able to cover something on science. Secondly, we'll try to cover progress in digital skills, of which, again, we have a lot more evidence. And of course, that's a type of learning outcome that doesn't only come from schools, but comes from wider lifelong learning opportunities. And more explicitly, we also hope to have updated information on adult literacy and identify a few countries that have actually moved faster than what their education records tells them. Countries that did invest beyond the school age. So these are the 6 indicators, and the questions that we are planning to ask are really not very different. It's just in a different topic. What are countries that have moved faster than others on these indicators? Also, where possible, that have reduced disparity. Secondly, among those countries that have improved, what are 2-3 key reasons? And if you read the case studies of the reports that we have just published today, you'll see that we try generally to identify 2-3 key explanatory factors. Third, what does research tell us about factors that have helped move the needle forward on issues of quality and learning? And fourth, what are the implications? Because quality needs to be a part of any agenda in the future, but what are the implications of these lessons from the countries that we have looked at for a wider global agenda? So, 3 questions for you, if you have the energy and the ideas to contribute. Having seen how we approached the 2026 GEM report, what would your advice be on the approach? I described roughly our thinking. We are going to go into much more detail. There will be profiles on countries like we had on equity in financing. Most likely, we'll be covering issues related to teacher qualifications and also quality assurance mechanisms at levels of education, different levels of education. Are the questions right, as I have just described them? Are there any others that you think we should? Leaving aside, of course, the issue of relevance, which we'll cover in 2028. And do you think any countries are worth perhaps visiting or revisiting or examining in more depth, because you understand that there are some things that are interesting happening there? So these are the broad questions, and my colleagues I see around moving with microphones. So if you want to raise your hand and take the floor, we would be more than happy to respond to your questions before we move to the final session, which is a brief introduction to 2028 and the future of education and its relevance. So I cannot see you very well with the projector coming in my eye, so if anyone wants to raise a hand, I can see a hand in the back, and that's very nice.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm Panka, I'm coordinator of the Irish Global Campaign for Education. We're called the Irish Network for Education Worldwide. I would like to respond to your second questions. Are the questions the right ones we should be asking? And I think those are excellent questions. The one thought I had was, considering that my organization is very much focused as well on reaching those furthest behind, are these questions going to cover that as well? Because we're looking at those most developed, and I wonder whether there can be some tweak in those questions that would also focus on those furthest behind. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm happy to to respond before another question comes in. My answer to that will be, if you want to take a quick look at the introduction of this year's report, the one that was published today, we explain that inevitably it's an artificial split. How we have looked at access, quality, and relevance, how we have put these as separate, is of course very, very artificial split. because they are interrelated and one is moving into the other. So equity will definitely be part of how we approach quality. We're only, of course, aware that it is, there is very little information, very little data on these questions of quality and learning that can be disaggregated in a way that can really tell us, look, this country has made much more progress. So that's where we're a little bit constrained. We will be constrained. But what we can do is once we do examine a country, then we can delve for that country into seeing what steps have been taken to also improve equity and not just quality in general for the average student. So that's the approach that I envisage will be pragmatic and realistic. Unfortunately, we don't have enough data to give us the full picture of progress in equity and quality over time.
Thank you very much, Manos, and congratulations for this publication. We very look forward for this moment, and I think you succeed to accomplish our expectations. And we consider that the countdown series are very relevant, very pertinent for the SDG 4 agenda. And something that I see that maybe target 4.7 is not in the following work, so maybe to have some consideration of the environmental crisis, maybe into the following reports. And also I would like to know if you have a close work with the high-level steering committee in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, very relevant question, and apologies just to say, of course, as you have noticed, there's no longer any interpretation that was not possible to cover, so thank you for being patient with that. On the question of climate change or generally the environmental crisis and how that is reflected in the report, that could be covered under the infrastructure, because we see interesting examples of countries that have been investing in making their schools proof for the climate change. That's a very interesting topic. In fact, we may even have a specialized publication precisely on the issue of school buildings. But I think I anticipate that we will feature that aspect more under the relevance report, because it's really one of the forward-looking the future. How do we make our education future-proof? And clearly that must be one of the pillars that we will examine. On the high-level steering committee, I think you saw this morning we had this wonderful opportunity to have ministers and working with the steering committee to have a panel that opened that debate. And we do indeed look forward to seeing that continuing, and perhaps now that we have an entry point, to see that happening, taking place more systematically in the years to come. Of course, you will have heard already the first steps for a consultation for a future agenda, so that dialogue has now started. And one more question.
Hello. Manos, I want to congratulate you and the team on the whole report. I think it's excellent, and it shows equity in a very global perspective, and the new indicator on education and expenditure, I think it's excellent to show how inequities really do show and they evolve. And I think for this second edition, which is about the quality of education, I would think you could cover more the curriculum, which is really at the heart of learning. So not only outcomes in reading, writing, and math, but understanding that there's a global trend in curriculum reform, moving from knowledge to knowledge, skills, competencies, and also including well-being. I know that's quite difficult to do in an indicator way, but looking at the content of what is being taught and what is learned would also add value to the report as we move forward. Thank you.
That's a very good suggestion. Just to say, content really, if we think about content, that's what we have defined more or less as relevance. And in that sense, we are looking forward to covering content issues. Also, we need more time, because analyzing curricula and trying to have something is not something we can do in the next 15 months, which is the timeline for the next report. But that's why we have advanced, or we started advancing a little bit our thinking for the relevance reports, because there's so many issues at could potentially cover. We discussed, I think, we heard really wonderful examples today. I think one of the examples that stood in my mind is our education helping us be in dialogue with each other and listen and engage. And that's, I think, perhaps fundamental for the coexistence aspect of a curriculum. So we will hopefully include such questions under the relevance report, which actually makes me think that perhaps it is the right moment, seeing that the day has been long, to invite somebody to make that link, because we are still at the consultation, at the conceptual stage. We want to make sure that the report, which unusually, for the first time in 2028, will be forward-looking. Our reports are monitoring reports. We have generally tried to describe how the world has evolved. Monitoring is always backwards looking. But we want to use the opportunity for the first time, and maybe last time in 2028, to help the debate for the future. But that has already been done very, very substantively by the Futures report. And that's why I like to invite Sophie to share a few thoughts closing the day. From my side, thank you really so much, all of you, for being here and staying all along till the very, very end.
Thank you very much, Manos, and just a few thoughts as we come to a close of a very rich, intense day around the launch of the GEM Report 2026. Focus on access and equity, the first, as you have heard, of a three-part series in the countdown to 2030. It's also been planned, as Manos was saying, to inform discussions which are currently being initiated on education and the development agenda beyond the SDGs. These are not quite the post-2030 consultations, the political, institutional consultations that will come in a couple of years. But it is preliminary thinking and important thinking about what comes next and what we might, how we may need to think and act together differently as we look to the future. So a couple of points. One is the importance of the long view. In thinking about education post-2030, a long view is both about looking back, but also looking ahead. Looking back is looking back at trends over time, a critical assessment of the results of our efforts over a longer period, the results of our efforts, both the achievements, successes, as well as the failures, and what we can learn from both, the successes and failures. But long view is also looking ahead. Part of that is projection, projecting current trends into the future and what that might mean for education. And these are trends obviously relating to accelerated technological innovation, to changes in the labor market, to the future of work, to implications of the climate crisis, to citizenship in an increasingly polarized and divided world. But it's looking ahead is not only about adapting to these changes, it is also about what type of education we need to take us in different directions. An education that can help shape the futures that we want. So this is partly shaping the futures that we want, partly building on the achievements the results that we have achieved over the years. Perhaps it's maintaining, strengthening, in sometimes even protecting some of these achievements that we have made over time. But it's also about being a bit more critical about where things have not worked and where we have to do things differently, where we have to reimagine how we have been doing things because it's not quite taking us in the direction we had intended. Now, the starting point, the 2026 report on access and equity, a logical starting point for a countdown to 2030. Historically, access was the initial focus of global and national education agendas, and it continues to be a challenge, despite spectacular progress in expanding access to educational opportunity over the years. This morning's Ministerial Panel, or earlier today, was also a unique opportunity to share insights on policies and strategies to address the challenge, the continued, persistent, obstinate challenge, let's say, of out-of-school children and youth. So access and equity. Equity has always been a central policy focus of global education agendas since the Education for All movement in 1990. It continues into the SDGs, SDG 4. And it's also a central policy lens that informs all the work that we do at UNESCO, that our partners do in education. The normative foundation for this equity lens is the principle of the right to education. And looking ahead, we may need to expand a little bit our understanding of the right to education. We heard earlier, perhaps understanding the right to education as being a right to education throughout life, but also better linking the right to education with other rights, the right to information, the right to participation, the right to science. Now, moving from access to quality and learning that Manos just introduced, it is true, and we can recall that even during in the 90s, in the first decade of the 21st century, the EFA movement, the Education for All, as we struggled with access, we also quickly became aware that quality of education and learning were key, that there was no point in ensuring access, expanding access to educational opportunity, if we didn't ensure basic learning. And so the focus in the 2027 report devoted to quality and learning makes complete sense. But perhaps, and we heard a little bit in the questions, a word about the notion of quality in education. Many discussions about the quality of education remain a little blurred by a lack of clarity. What do we actually mean by the quality of education? And while it seems intuitive, we all want a good quality education, we have very different interpretations of what that means. It means different things to different people. And in part, this lack of clarity might be the mixing of two dimensions. And I think a first dimension will be essentially the focus of the 2027 report, if I understand correctly. Learning, effective learning, understood as the acquisition of basic competencies, call it foundational learning, call it the acquisition of minimal proficiency levels. And this is the learning that we refer to when we hear the language of the learning crisis, or learning poverty, or learning loss during COVID, that we're referring to that foundational learning. And we have metrics for this. We can measure this. We can assess learning outcomes at the system level through national examinations, external evaluations, assessments, cross-national, large-scale learning assessments. And in this sense, this dimension of quality is perhaps more objective. But there is a second dimension of quality, which is much more subjective, and that's what I think we can call relevance. It's the perceived relevance of education. It's no longer just the learning outcomes, it's the social outcomes, the societal outcomes of education. And it's beyond what we can measure. So relevance of education means different things for different people, for different stakeholders. What constitutes relevant, quality, good education will be very different for a CEO, will be very different for a religious leader. It will be very different perception of what is a good education for a 15-year-old, for a parent, for a teacher. So there is a question of building, let's say, consensus around these different perceptions, expectations of what education should be doing and how it should be contributing. But key, and I think we had students expressing their views, there are trends of disengagement in education that suggest that perhaps the question of relevance is a key question, in particular among young people. We can advance a host of reasons for why there may be trends of disengagement in education: illness, a shock in the family, care responsibilities, safety issues in school, around school. But there is also boredom. Boredom of young people at schools is certainly an important factor that is worthwhile exploring and can explain, in part, disengagement. In OECD countries, 1 in 5 15-year-olds who is regularly absent from school, 1 in 5 say it's because they're bored at school. And looking a little further, a survey that was done in some 70 education systems around the world found that 1/3 to half of the 15-year-olds who are not going to school regularly say it's because they're bored. So the question of the relevance not only of the outcomes, but the relevance of the methods, of the contents, of the way learning is organized, and I think, and someone just raised it earlier, these are questions of curricula and the relevance of curricula. One could add another dimension, which I think would be important looking into, but we won't, I won't dwell on it here, but it's the whole question, and certainly a link to the pervasiveness of smartphones among children and youth. We may talk about digital divides, we may talk about, schools not connected, but young people, children, are increasingly connected, regardless of whether they're connected at school or at home. And this smartphone is a window that is bringing in a completely different universe of identity formation and socialization, and I think invites us to reconsider how we see the relevance of formal education. A last word to say, so a logical sequence: access, equity, quality learning in the sense of effective basic learning, and then the more subjective questions of relevance. Relevance of the experience in itself and relevance of the outcomes of this educational experience. Perhaps to end by recalling, as we do at UNESCO, that education, we see education, as many of our partners do, as a public and common good, that it's a societal project. It involves a range of stakeholders. There is a particular responsibility of states, but it does involve a range of stakeholders in society, and they each have their perceptions of what constitutes relevant education and what the broader societal outcomes of education should be. So it is about reaching consensus of what constitutes relevant education, and this is a process of redefining the social contract around education. And beyond the question of what and how we learn, it's also about why we learn. Revisiting the purpose of education in light of futures that we wish to shape towards 2030, and I would think well beyond. And the voices again here of students and young people and of teachers is going to be critical to this debate. And I think rightly pointed out earlier, beyond ticking a box, it is about those who are engaged in the educational relationship, which is young people, students, and teachers, to be guiding us in how we should be looking at the future of education. And this is precisely the spirit of the invitation that was offered by the International Commission on the Futures of Education, that we should think and act together, an invitation to reimagine our futures together and to renew the social contract for education. Thank you very much, and thank you for this long day.
Yes, so for one last time, I come to the stage, and thank you everyone for joining us today for the launch, from high-level dignitaries, ministers, experts, and of course to you as well who joined us both in person and online. We say thank you very much. It must not just end here. The GEM report is available online via the UNESCO portals, via the GEM report portals as well. Get access to it. And after the report is action. So let's all take action. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.